that?
I have your name on the agenda, so they'll introduce you.
That's a nice,
So we're going to do the bicycle.
that's a nice one. What year is it?
We're going to keep it rolling. Lots of fun. 5 days. Yeah, I'll let them know. Don't want to pause it. No, wait, you should start to progress the bicycle.
Yeah, otherwise you got it. Where'd you get it?
I mean, they need to make a pause of all
Went up driven? Yeah.
Oh, that's a complicated question. So, well, because we've been together, I've noticed it with Greg. So, we don't really get to days together. But yeah, I mean, we know each other.
You didn't call up and ask us. Oh yeah, he's got. Usually what they know they have a connection with the owner, they have an entirely different attitude. Because they know they're going to get their money. When I bought mine, I got them down to 50. But they wrote it up as $49,995. So they shaved $5 off. And give me, I think, gas. I thought he's got a 32-gallon tank.
Hello, everybody. If we have students in the room that are here for the quick, so we
All right. All right, we are going to go ahead and reconvene from our closed session at 6:33. Before we proceed, I am going to read our land acknowledgement. Find it. All right. We acknowledge the land currently occupied by Washington Unified School District as the traditional home of the Patwin people. These sovereign people have been caretakers of the area since time immemorial, and despite centuries of genocide and occupation, the Patwin people continue as vibrant and resilient, federally recognized and unrecognized tribes, bands, and rancherias. And today we honor and recognize our Patwin tribal neighbors for their contributions as the caretakers of the Sacramento Valley and honor their sustained existence. With their blessing and continued guidance, Washington Unified School District seeks to provide an accessible, equitable, and supportive institution of learning and experience. And now we will go ahead with our Pledge of Allegiance, and will Jake Guyvet lead us? Got you. Thank you. All right, and now to announce the action items in closed session. And first, it is Government Code Section 54957.6, Conference with Labor Negotiators, WSDA, CSEA, and Management. Information was received. And Conference with Real Property Negotiators, Property Alice Norman Education Center, 1200 Anna Street. Information received and direction given. And now for the approval of the agenda. Do I have any changes?
There are two items that I'd like to move, moving action items 6 and 7 to consent.
Action items 6 and 7,
Yes,
and we're moving them
if we could move them to consent.
to consent?
Yes, that's the cheer camp
Okay.
and the HOSA conference for River City, both for River City High School students.
Okay. Do I have a motion? Moved by Clerk Hunt and second by Trustee Wong. All in favor?
Aye.
And I too say aye.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, and now moving on to our communications and celebrations. First up, recognition of the West Sacramento Mosaic Lodge Bike Giveaway. Yorgos.
Good evening, trustees and members of our audience this evening. Thank you. As you can tell, there are a lot of bicycles.
Oh, yeah.
So this is usually an indication that we're at near the end. So on behalf of the Washington Unified School District, I want to express our sincere appreciation to the West Sacramento Masonic Lodge for the generous donation of 21 bicycles to each of our fifth grade classrooms. This recognizes one student for each classroom of our K-8 campus. Nope. Okay. Better?
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Should I start over?
Oh, yes, please.
Okay.
Take two.
All right. Well,
Second time around.
we want to appreciate our sincere, we want to thank the West Sacramento Masonic Lodge. We sincerely appreciate their donation of 21 bicycles to each fifth grade classroom district-wide from each of our K-8 campuses. That means that one fifth grader from each of those classrooms district-wide has been nominated by the administrative staff at the schools to receive a bicycle. This tradition started in 2015. It was my first year on the job in Washington Unified, and I had the pleasure of meeting the gentleman that's been coordinating this event with me, Mr. Robert Belly from the Masonic Lodge. Initially, this started with the primary focus being on excellent attendance, but we realized very quickly after that student success is much broader than that. So school administrators have nominated student recipients this evening based on a variety of criteria, including attendance, but also academic and personal growth, leadership, and being an overall exemplary student at their campus and representing their school community. So tonight, we're proud to present these bicycles together and alongside with members of the Masonic Lodge. Before we start naming off our students, I want to invite Mr. Belly to say a couple words at the podium, and I'd like to also ask members of his team afterwards to join us at the front of the room for a group photo as well.
Thank you. I'd like to take this time to congratulate the children, or the fifth graders, for their accomplishments this year. Thank you, the board, for allowing our lodge to do this, and it's been a pleasure. And Mr. Casanas for his extra work, and the teachers that work on this program. And I'd also like to thank the West Sacramento Police Department, who graciously donates the helmets for the bicycles. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Did you want to come up and stand now while we call out the names? Okay. We'd like to invite the rest of the team members from the Masonic Lodge to join us at the front behind the bicycles, and then we'll name off the recipients one by one and do a photo after that together with the board. I think this button.
Thank you.
So students, as we call your name.
I think it's.
Can you hear me now? It keeps
Yeah.
going off.
Tighten it.
Better?
Yeah. No. Well, it was. It's
All
hidden.
right, it's green.
Okay.
Okay, students, as we call your names, please approach the front and stand in front of the bicycles just because of the spacing, and then stay up here for the duration of the names that we're going to call, and we'll do a group photo afterwards. So starting with Bridgeway Island School, we have Ian Fuentes. Joshua Stewart. Levi Driscoll. And Mohammed Ramani. All right, from Elkhorn Village, we have Eileen Torres Flores. Kylene Gonzalez. And Elias Nunez. All right, from Riverbank, we have Nadia Nano. Mateo Valdez Cruz. And Maria Navarro Gonzalez. Okay, from Southport, we have Amelina Sarisian. Aram Sayeda, and Ali Saberi. From Stonegate, Carter Harris, Ibrahim Alakozai, and Evelyn Esaberi. From Westfield, we have Cassidy Kuhn and Sam Suki. From Westmore Oaks, we have, excuse me on the first name, Jaziri Sanchez. And Mahabula Sharifi, excuse me. All right, and from the Washington Unified Virtual Academy, Jonathan J.T. Edwards. All right, thank you, students, so much for being here. Right now, I would ask you to just turn around and thank the fine gentleman standing behind the bicycles. And we also want to thank our students for being such exemplary students and representatives of our school community. Okay, so before you run off with the bicycles, face back out this way. Your parents are going to want photos. Trustees, if you could just stand, because we have so many in the group tonight, it'll be easier to just have you tiered like that. And then I will take a quick official photo, and then parents, you can take photos after me. All right. So everyone look this direction. On 3, 1, 2, 3.
Yes, so.
We're going to do one more. Face this direction towards me. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Parents, you can come closer if you like.
You don't bite.
Only when asked. You guys are awesome. All right, you
Thank
guys.
you, everyone. Students, you're free to pick a bicycle and a helmet. And just be careful going down the stairs. There's elevators also right around the corner.
Make sure you take those helmets. You know, West Sac Police Department made sure you all got one.
No, thank you.
I would have been like, I won't just. I was like, I'll just grab it on.
Come on, Carter.
There's the elevator, they said, but they don't want to take the stairs.
All these mamas don't have ibuprofen.
I took it before I came in. Nope, I don't. Because we had a few that didn't show today. No, thank you.
Next time we'll make it easier for you to get back.
You can come to my house and borrow mine. we're just going to give everybody a moment. All right, all right. Well, we have more celebrations and communication. So let's go ahead and move on to our next item, which was the recognition of River City High School's Skills USA and ACE Mentor Program Award recipients. And I'm not sure, Yorgos, is this another one of you, or? Yes. Okay, another one of yours, I meant. It's not you. There's not two of you. There's only one of you. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm certainly not going to take credit for the efforts and achievements of this. Let's have everyone join me at the podium. I'm going to hand over this microphone to Sadiqa from the high school who oversees this program.
Awesome.
I think it's not on again, I'm sorry.
I don't know why.
There you go, it's on again. It's great.
Okay.
It's teacher voice.
Yes.
Hello, board members, Superintendent Dr. Hildreth, parents, staff, and teachers who are present here today. First of all, I want to thank all the board members for approving our overnight field trips for Skills USA. Thank you so much. My name is Sadiqa Alavi, and I'm honored to be a teacher first and also the lead coordinator for the Engineering and Science Academy at River City High School for 28 years this year. Today, I would like to honor our exemplary raiders for going above and beyond their daily school lives and winning in these state competitions. I'm going to call out their names. I have Rajat Saini. He is our ACE winner for the competition for ACE. Aiden Lee is our 2-year champion bronze medalist for Skills USA State. I have Sarah Emery, last year's silver medalist for state, and this year, Miley Rennan, gold medalist for state. So, at all these state competitions, our school, our Raiders, have always brought home either all 3 medals or at least 2 out of the 3 at the state level, so I'm really proud. Now I would request, and I don't want to stand here and talk, so the kids have had small presentations, so I would request Sarah Emery to come first and talk about Skills USA, and Rajat Saini to join her after that to inform you about all their accomplishments.
Hello, my name's Sarah Emery. I'm a senior at River City and the president of the Science, Technology, and Engineering Academy. The past 2 years, I was given the opportunity by Ms. Alavi and the school's administration to take part in Skills USA California 2025 and 2026 for electronics technology. But first, what is Skills USA? Skills USA is a student-led organization that has been around for decades, built to give high school and even middle schoolers the opportunity to develop workplace skills in a real-world environment. In our day-to-day class, Ms. Alavi started our sophomore year teaching us the foundations of electronics technology, teaching us how to apply that knowledge and build circuits on breadboards and PC boards. Without us even realizing it, she was teaching us everything we would need to know at the skills competition. When we sign up to take part in the competition, Ms. Alavi dedicates so much of her time to help us succeed. Every Tuesday, we spend an extra hour after school learning and reviewing every question they could possibly ask us. The regionals competition is among 6 regions in California. We solder a project that they send us and then breadboard a bright color organ kit. Besides that, we also take a knowledge test, and once we finish building the breadboard, we go into an interview with the judges, where they see our soldering skills, our breadboard, and they ask us regular interview questions. Then, in early March, we get the results. Only the medalists and the students with the top scores can advance to the competition at the state level, where our skills and knowledge gets put to the test of the best in the state. At the state, we take, again, 2 knowledge tests, and then using a digital multimeter, we must complete things that we wouldn't have expected, like getting 10 blacked out resistors, 1 series parallel schematic, and 1 resistance total, where we must arrange the resistors in a way to get the resistance given in an hour. We have to desolder the regionals project LEDs, find LEDs that work, and then replace them on the PC board. The second part is to breadboard a circuit and finally write a failure report, all within 3 hours. Overall, we learn how to troubleshoot circuits, be critical thinkers, and work under pressure and meet deadlines, all requirements in the real world. I'm proud to acknowledge Miley and the gold medalist and Aiden Lee, the bronze medalist this year. And now Raj is going to talk about ACE.
Thank you, Sarah. Hello, respected board members, staff, and teachers. And my name is Rajat Sani, and I'm going to be talking about the ACE program. I'm here to share my experience in the ACE mentorship program and how it has helped shape my skills, goals, and future. ACE stands for Architectural, Construction, and Engineering. It's a mentorship program that's led by Ms. Alavi, Ms. Tan, and mentors from the Sacramento area. Okay. It connects students with real industry professionals and allows us to work on projects that reflect actual industry challenges in the design and construction industry, typically not a classroom experience. It's a hands-on, team-based, focused, real-world environment. Our project focused on developing Rail Yard, Boulevard, and 5th Street. It's across from the new Kaiser being built and close to the soccer stadium. After analyzing the community survey, we decided to build a comprehensive community space for Muppe Corner. This includes a gym, indoor courts, a pool, a recreation center, and an open green space with an amphitheater. To keep all the community needs in mind, we also created a flexible study area as well as a coffee bar to support both students and a broader community. As team leader, I managed a lot of deadlines, coordinated communication, and helped the project stay on track. I was directly responsible for the architectural plan, civil plan, construction plan, and the interior room layout, as well as the 3D design that was made with Revit, which is an industry software. Then we had Cedric, who's not here today, who was responsible for the site plan and the landscape plan. After that, we have Aiden, who helped me with the cost estimation, and Zach worked on our physical model. After that, even with all these responsibilities, we supported one another whenever we needed to meet deadlines. We presented our final presentation to a panel of industry professionals who evaluated our design as if they were potential investors. I'm proud to say our teams, Cars Incorporated, won first place, and Willow Designs got second place while competing against 5 teams from McClatchy. Through ACE, I have gained technical experience, leadership skills, and confidence. Most important than the award, I gained direct and a clear understanding of what I want to do in the future. In addition to the awards, I received a $2,000 scholarship to support my educational goals. ACE gave us exposure to many different career paths and industries. I worked alongside mentors in various fields and learned how each role contributes to our project. I plan to pursue a career in electrical engineering while also studying architecture and building design. One of the mentors in particular, Casey, had a profound impact on me. When I felt unsure about my direction, they were able to help me and tell me what I need to do to get the project done on time. They encouraged me to look at a career in AutoCAD and BIM modeling to focus on my strengths in a field that I could excel in. They also helped me with the ACE scholarship and a scholarship through their company, Stantec. That level of support went beyond the classroom and showed me what a real mentor looks like. The program exists because of the support and dedication and perseverance of the teachers and mentors. ACE gives students the opportunity to hone skills and get experience that they would not get in their regular high school life. Thank you for your time and supporting programs like ACE and Skills USA that help the students discover their passions and futures. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah and Emery. You guys were awesome.
Well, before you guys leave, don't go anywhere. We want to take some pictures with you guys because, I mean, I think we are like bowing down to y'all because this is an opportunity for us, because you guys are the famous ones. Is it okay if we can take a picture with you guys? All right.
1, 2, 3. Thank you.
That was very nice. School days. They're all 10 school days. All right.
All seniors?
And now we are moving on to our association reports. Today, our student board member report will be brought to you by Masha, who will be speaking on behalf of River City.
Yes, thank you, everyone. Good evening. I am, once again, speaking on behalf of Sochi. She prepared this wonderful report for me regarding River City High School, and I will be her voice for it tonight. So starting off, I'd like to start off with some successes that Sochi listed for me. The first success that River City recently had is their second blood drive, which happened on March 10th. And she wrote down that it was very successful, and I am very glad that River City is supporting the National Blood Supply, as well as just helping out with these initiatives. Their second success that Sochi wants me to talk about is this year's prom, which is happening this Saturday. The theme is Disney's Tangled, and Sochi says that they're expecting a significant turnout for this due to the amount of tickets already sold, and I, for one, am very excited because I will be there.
All right.
Yes. And then the last success that Sochi wants me to speak on is the staff versus students game that they've been doing at River City. I heard that's a big success. And this month specifically, they are highlighting softball. Yep. I'd like to get a view on that, actually. So the moving on to GROWS at River City. So these are challenges or issues, things that they're taking next steps on. The first thing that leadership, they are focusing on is school culture and climate. I think she means this regarding togetherness, student connection to the school, as well as just like school spirit at River City. A challenge that they recently faced was their senior trip almost getting canceled due to low participation. However, very good news, a very kind donor made a donation which now the senior trip is on, so it's a good. I think it's all good. I believe they're going to Six Flags Discovery Kingdom in the next coming weeks. And
Magic Mountain.
Yeah, oh. Good one. And the last GROW that River City is working on is having more community events that are well planned and contribute to WUSD culture. So just opening the gates and trying to be inclusive to everybody. Moving on to my next section, which is student voice and feedback. This is what the students are saying, as well as just key ideas and concerns. Students at River City say that they would like to see more school spirit around campus, especially at their rallies. And they would like to have more input on the games and rally ideas. And from what I know, I believe they are taking this feedback and using it to set up for success for next year. Moving on to school highlights, Sochi would like me to report that their leadership class has resumed their civic engagement projects that help create a change on campus that impacts everybody for the better. And initiatives that students are enjoying at River City currently are the school activities such as Fun Friday, Earth Day, and their cultural events. To give everybody the 411 on River City events, they have prom this Saturday, which is the big one, I think. And because we are in May and it is graduation season, all the spotlight is on the seniors. Many senior events are coming up, such as senior breakfast and senior sunset. My next section is the Superintendent's Advisory Council's summary. So Superintendent Dr. Hildreth and Director Flores recently met with students from both Washington Middle College and River City High School through the Superintendent's Advisory Councils. And tonight's report will provide a brief share-out highlights as well as student voice and feedback that from the ideas that emerged from those conversations. So the council held on April 30th, 2026 was at Washington Middle College High School. Me. And students at Washington Middle, they shared appreciation for the strong support they receive from our teachers and the effectiveness of our office hours and the academic support systems. And I can give you an example on this. Our teachers, they are there and they hold regular office hours at established times that all students are welcome to go into, regardless of grade. If they need any help with their school assignments, their college work, as well as just like any extra stuff they have going on. For example, writing a resume because it's internship season right now and summer's coming up. Some people are applying to jobs and they just need help with that. The second thing is the students highlighted the positive impact of the school environment being small and noting the strong relationships and accountability and personal growth is directly tied to that small school environment. They expressed pride in the increase of student-led clubs and extracurricular opportunities that support college and career readiness. And I can give you examples of our successful Red Cross Club that we have at Washington Middle, our Youth STEM Association, as well as our chess club that's recently established. And they're having a lot of fun with those chess boards that they recently got. Our next thing is students requested expanded opportunities for student voice, including broader access to surveys and leadership opportunities beyond what is currently available for leadership. Our next, a concern was raised about equity in dual enrollment classes. Many freshmen, there is waitlist for these classes because it is offered through Sac City. They end up getting on the waitlist, but then sometimes they don't get off the waitlist, and then that kind of disrupts their academic plan for the year. And so things have to be moved around, and just there is limited HSI designated classes at Sac City, and they want a bit more expanded access to that. Finally, students at Washington Middle discussed the need for additional campus space, such as a library, a physical education space, and student gathering areas that emphasize the importance of maintaining the school's culture as enrollment grows. So just places where they can study and places where they can have their online classes or, passing period, things like that. The next Student Advisory Council meeting was held on May 1st, 2026. It was at River City High School. And students at River City shared appreciation for the programs that they have, which include peer tutoring, AP review sessions, dual enrollment support, and improved onboarding for new students. Students at River City highlighted the successful school events and student activities, including the blood drive, which was a collaboration between leadership and HOSA. HOSA is Health Professionals of America, I think. And students at River City also emphasized the need for stronger communication about scholarships, tutoring, college readiness, resources, clubs, and extracurricular opportunities. And the next thing that they expressed interest in was increasing school spirit, student engagement, and opportunities for students to provide input on rallies, dances, and campus activities, which I think they took that feedback and they are working on it as a leadership class. Students discussed the importance of expanding access to internships, STEM clubs, competitions, and community service opportunities throughout the school year. And the last thing that came about from this council meeting was the need for inclusive and flexible campus spaces, which includes study halls, quiet spaces, and additional areas for students to gather during lunch and school activities. that brings me to the closing reflection that Sochi wanted me to share with you. This year at River City, they have been very focused and working hard to improve school climate and making it an enjoyable and welcoming place for all River City students. They have already started planning events for next year and organizing the school and leadership class as a whole to make the school year run more smoothly and allow students to be more involved in school activities and give them opportunities to have inclusive events throughout the school year. And that is all from me, and that is all from Sochi. Thank you, and have a good night.
Thank you. All right, and now we are going to move on to our CSEA report. President Ruth.
Okay, I'm going to make sure. It's on? Okay.
Yes.
Good evening, board president, trustees, superintendent, cabinet, staff, community members. I am excited to report that our membership and CSEA voted in unanimous support of our 2026 and 27 contract. On behalf of our membership, thank you. Last meeting, 4 of you voted in support of this contract. You are greatly appreciated. I want to take a moment to address what it feels like when a board member who doesn't show up to a vote like that. What it means to those of us who rely on elected officials to be present, engaged, and supportive of the work we do, which I know I don't need to remind you, but have to say, we, classified, are directly responsible for the daily operations of this district. In other words, the district is running with CSEA energy, and we have to show up. When a trustee is not present, even when they are virtual, it's disappointing, disheartening, and telling in terms of priorities. Everyone needs a day or night off at some point. Everyone becomes overwhelmed at some point. We are all human, and I will speak for myself. I empathize with needing a day or night to take care of personal needs, even though I rarely do. But how many meetings are acceptable to be virtual or absent? I guess that's my question. The board member attendance expectations in your board governance handbook states board members are expected to attend regularly scheduled board meetings. To effectively fulfill their governance responsibilities, consistent attendance ensures continuity in decision-making, fosters collaboration, and upholds the board's commitment to the community. In addition to the last board meeting and per board bylaw 9250, I am requesting an open session discussion regarding the reasons for being virtual, I guess, or the allowances for being virtual, and or why meetings are being missed. Accountability and transparency starts at the top. We deserve to know the why. The community and the public, many who voted, deserve to know as well. Continuing with accountability and transparency, we are pleased with the progress of the Budget Accountability Committee and appreciate Director Salvo's presentation on special education costs and funding. We all know it's not nearly enough. We look forward to working collaboratively to reduce the costs of private consultants and or companies that at this point in time provide services that aren't yet ours. For example, the position of private LVNs. Through the Budget Advisory Committee, I also want to analyze nonprofit agreements like the United Way, with whom the district has partnered with, such as on the Community School Initiative and grants and some of our summer programs. We need to know what revenues the United Way or any nonprofit has directed towards themselves and away from this district, away from our students. This will help guide our work and provide the necessary accountability for future partnerships and agreements. In closing, I'm grateful that the 3 positions, including our classified community school facilitator at River City High School, which was brought back to you tonight, were saved and are now funded through 2028. With a funding source of the Student Support and Professional Development Discretionary Block Grant. These 3 positions, these 3 staff members truly matter and are responsible for so many amazing programs, resources, and support for our students. Thank you for voting to support this. And to Superintendent Dr. Hildreth, CBO Stovall, Assistant Superintendent Streak and Borges for bringing this action item forward and for supporting it as well. Classified School Employees Week is next week, the 17th through May 23rd, 2026. Each May, California salutes the important contributions of classified school employees. Our association president, Adam Weinberger, said, quote, "Classified School Employee Week is when our colleagues and community honor our hard work and dedication to our students. We are used to working behind the scenes, but this is our time to be celebrated." Classified employees have earned respect both as educational partners, and we are the essential frontline workers who keep our schools up and running while making a positive difference in the lives of students that we serve. Thank you for allowing us to help improve the lives of our members, students, and community. And we, myself included, are honored to be a part of the Washington Unified School District. Thank you.
Thank you. And now for our WSDA report. President Doug.
President Doug.
Well, I said President Ruth, and so I felt like I had to say
No,
President
I
Doug.
like it. I like President Doug. Good evening, President Coffey, Vice President Castro, trustees, Superintendent Hildreth, Cabinet. It's good to see you all. I want to start out just by celebrating the Masonic Lodge for once again proving that while this community is diverse and challenging at times, and there's so many different opinions, we come together where it matters. And that's making sure that kids have opportunity. And I love to see the faces of kids who get something like this. They're shiny and they're new. I keep imagining the ones that haven't been delivered yet, Yorgos writing them to each kid's house. So I hope you indulge me in that. Doing 2 at a time. Okay, there's one on each foot. It's testing season again, and we know that this is a part of public education. It's part of the national plan. It's a part of the state plan. But it's also proven in and out over and over again to be not equitable to all groups. It's proven to be inaccurate. It's proven to be biased. So I just want us all as leaders to keep that in mind during this time of year because it is very challenging to kids. It disproportionately undervalues our brown and black children. And it's something that, one thing that I'm noticing as a coach is that there's a lot of kids on the computer a lot of the time. And kids don't learn from computers, they learn from people, and they learn from each other, really. That's the big thing, is that when they're on iReady, they're not interacting with each other. So thank you for looking at that. I just wanted to take a moment. I don't even think he is still here. I wanted to shout out Jacob Guyvet, because River City needed a breath of fresh air this year. And Jacob is West Sacramento through and through. That's who he is. And I was skeptical at the beginning of the year, but I can feel it when I walk on that campus. Jacob comes from a place of positivity and a place of looking to do the right thing, even when he's learning. And I'm just really grateful for that leadership, Jacob. And like I said, I was skeptical because you didn't have a bunch of experience, but you've proven me wrong. So I also want to say to Melissa Gowdy, who's running the leadership program, for the first time in a really long time, it really feels like school spirit is coming back at River City. It feels like there's a culture and a community, and I'm just really grateful for that. And I think those are two people who hold a lot of responsibility for that. I'm just so positive. Instructional coaches who I've been able to work with, my gosh, do we have an untapped resource there. These people are amazing. I wish you could see Shelby, Robin, Vanessa, Aaron every day. They are geniuses, and they're wonderful human beings, and we have to find a way to get teachers to know they're safe, because I don't know if any of you have worked with other districts, but instructional coaches have there's this idea that they are other, that they're part of, they're part of the administration. Not that the administration is a bad thing or the administration is other, but there's this feeling that they're not one of the teachers, and these are just the most amazing individuals who are so intelligent, and I just feel so grateful to work with them. I'm not going to be able to work with them next year as I have been fully released by CTA. And I discovered in this process that I love coaching. I love coaching. And so I'm hoping to return to it someday, but I hope you guys go in and maybe you could, they're going to hate me for saying this, but I'm hoping you could shadow our instructional coaches to know what they do. It's scientific, it is brilliant, and it is passion in education. So please do that. As we're talking about the needs in our district, I just wanted to talk about Washington Middle College High School again. As we have recently been educated publicly on, they are a really innovative and cool place that are turning heads everywhere. And they have needs that are challenging to meet because their campus size is so small. Right now, we're looking at the need for another full-time employee over there, but there's no space for a full-time employee, so they're grappling with how to handle that. They're sharing the campus, obviously, with Bright, who we have a great CTE program, but the distance and space limitations is also affecting our CTE program, and I'm not sure if you've heard about the enrollment numbers in CTE, but they're way down, and I don't think it's because kids don't have interest. I think it's because they don't want to have to get on a bus and go across town. And so it's kind of like a double whammy. We have kids who aren't joining CTE because there's no space, and we have kids who can't get into Washington Middle because there's no space. And I also just want to point out about Washington Middle, one of the problems in this town is gentrification, because we have a very clear distinction between north and south. I always say, most people say across the tracks. In West Sacramento, it's across the Deepwater Channel. And I think one of the problems, I think a River City campus is beautiful, but when we built it, for kids up here in the north, a lot of them have explained that when they go down there, they don't feel like it's their school, like they're going to the fancy people's school. And Washington Middle has kind of started to solve that. We have a beautiful place where innovative learning is happening, and it's up here in the north. We need to prioritize that. We need to make great places all across town. There needs to be great educational institutes everywhere you look in West Sacramento, because every kid in West Sacramento deserves that. So I'm proposing a couple of things. First, priority one, we need to find a way to continue growing that school. As we look for answers in a profession where it's so hard to find answers, where it's underfunded, where IDEA isn't fully funded, where we can't get what we need, and we see a shining city in Bright, a shining city on the hill that's working, we need to figure out, A, why it's working, and how can we expand that. So that should be priority number one. Number two, we need to make sure we don't burn those folks out, because they are going above and beyond. They all have buyouts. They're working overtime because they can't have enough full-time people. They still don't have an MOU. So they're working under our contract, but for crying out loud, they have a different calendar. So there's so many things that don't apply in our contract to the educators over there. And I am worried that we are going to limit our capacity because we're going to burn them out and we're not going to keep them. So I'm not saying that they need more. I'm saying they need different. And that would be my second challenge, is let's sit down and find out what Washington Middle educators need to continue being the extraordinary individuals they are in the classroom. Let's see. May Revise numbers came out today. I'm sure you guys were paying attention. And I was really happy to see that the COLA went from 2.41 to 4.31. That was great. But I'm so enormously disappointed with our legislators for allowing the state to do a cash grab on Prop 98. This was a taxpayer protected funding source for public education that, in my opinion, has been robbed to balance the budget. And I get our budget is complicated, but you don't balance it on the backs of children. not in innovative, forward-thinking, progressive California, you don't. So myself and some of my colleagues have been lobbying every single week. We've been going to the Capitol. We've been talking to people. My promise to you when we were going through all of those shenanigans and those hard times is that we are fighting another fight at the same time. I want to assure you that fight is continuing, and that is going to carry on to Prop 13. Because we need to change our tax structure in this state. There is no reason why Disneyland should be paying 1977 taxes, and we can't afford to keep kids in the classroom with the things they need. On that note, I'd like to talk about the Budget Advisory Committee because WSTA would like to be robustly involved, but it needs to look different. Budget Advisory Committee cannot start with a budget. The Budget Advisory Committee has to start with values, because otherwise you're building a plan based on a biased perspective. The Budget Advisory Committee should be like community schools, where the community partners talk about what it means to build a quality education system in our community. And then you fill in the budget based on the values of the community. So I think we've been doing it backwards. And to be perfectly honest, we always talk about relationships and building trust. We can't, I talked to Dr. Hildreth about this today. We had a really good conversation, but we can't do that if all community partners don't feel like they're part of the foundation. Right? And so that would be an ask. I think this is good work that needs to be done. I think we need to be innovative. I'm very hopeful we're going to have a new superintendent of public instruction in Richard Barrera soon, and he believes in putting money towards the central priorities first. He believes in limiting places where you don't need a contractor. Sometimes we need contractors. A lot of times we don't. Need to find those things out. And putting money in people instead of programs. So let's do that with our Budget Advisory Committee. Finally, thank you for Rosie, Frank, and Sana. These are extraordinary people who make our district better, and you found a way. And we know, as with everything in education, it's fluid, and we're going to have to find a way again in a few years. But you found a way, and I and other teachers are just so grateful. And I'm so glad I get to see Rosie's smiling face for the next few years. So thank you very much. That's all I have tonight.
Thank you. Okay. But before, I sent you something. Okay. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on to our public comments. And before I proceed, I will go ahead and read our disclaimer. So members of the public may address the board on the topics of our board agenda during every meeting. In addition, during regular meetings, the public may also address any topic within the jurisdiction of the board. Please know the board is listening to your comments, but by law cannot meaningfully respond in this forum to items not on the agenda. The board has allotted 20 minutes per agenda item for public comments, and members of the public will be allotted 3 minutes to speak. In the event there is a large number of speakers, the board will make adjustments to ensure more voices can be heard. Speaking time will be limited as follows: 3 minutes for each for 1 to 8 speakers, 2 minutes each for 9 to 14 speakers, and 1.5 minutes each for 15 to 18 speakers. In addition, members of the public may submit public comments using the public comment forum posted on the district website no later than 3 p.m. on the board meeting day, which will be read by the board and included in the public record. The board respects the rights of members of the public to speak regarding matters within its jurisdiction. However, please recognize that comments regarding students other than the speaker's own children made during a public board meeting may be violation of the student's right to privacy, and thus the speaker may be legally liable. If you reference a student's name other than your own student, you may be deemed out of order. Furthermore, it is important for the public to understand that negative or derogatory comments made against district employees or others, even those made in a public board meeting, may be actionable civil defamation. Board policy allows the public to lodge complaints against district employees, providing more opportunity to be heard than is allowed under the open meeting law that governs this meeting. Although the board is unable to limit criticism of the district, its programs, and people, the district will pursue legal restraining orders when employees suffer unlawful violence, a credible threat of violence, or harassment. Further, individuals may pursue claims for defamation based on untrue statements made during public comments. All right, and we have one?
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Dr. Amber Bradley.
Good evening. I'd just like to thank Dr. Hildreth and the board, Autry, Shay, Monique, and I'm assuming June Flores had something to do with the decision to save the community school site facilitator at River City. River City staff wrote out impact statements. I know some of you were able to see those to really understand the impact that it was going to have on our community to lose the facilitator at River City. And I was able to speak out against this decision when it was made earlier this semester, and I really feel like we were heard. So I just want to thank you all for that, because it's nice to be heard, right? The community school site facilitator does such meaningful work at our site, as well as all the community school site facilitators in our district. I'm in a unique position at WSTA where I get to be the community schools representative, so I get to be at each of the sites, getting to see their work and having experiences with all of those site facilitators and getting to see the enormous impact that they have on their school communities. I mean, these dedicated individuals literally do life-saving work. They provide food, mental health resources, glasses for kids, laundry services, immigration support, healthcare connections, parenting support, sports, tutoring. Like, it goes on and on, the list of things that they do for our school communities. So thank you for making this decision tonight that will have a profound impact on our students and our community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and now we're moving on to our public hearing. Public hearing for the 2026 developer fee justification study and the proposed of statutory level 1 developer's fee. Monique Stovall. Do I hit the gavel? I forget. I guess so. Why not?
Thank you. This evening, I'm joined by our facilities director to present the public hearing for the developer fees. He'll explain what the developer fees are and provide you some more details on that. Tonight, we'll have the public hearing. By law, we have to do that. And then at our next meeting in May, we plan to come back for approval.
Good evening. So the developer fees are, so we use SchoolWorks to create the developer fees. They do an assessment every 2 years. And then we bring that to you guys. It's when there's new construction or construction in the city, those developers need to provide funds to the district. So.
And right now, we're currently using our developer fees to pay our debt related to solar panels, some energy efficiencies, et cetera. So having these fees come in helps us with paying our debt, but also with excess fees, it'll help us in the future help cover a very, very small cost to improving our facilities as a result of construction in the area. So whenever there's construction, maybe there's a new retail place that's built, the concept or the assumption is that with the retail space, then more people will move into our community, thus more students would come to our schools. And so that's why we have the developer, also known as impact fees. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any public comments?
None received.
Any comments from my fellow trustees? No? Okay.
Okay.
Well, that's it.
Thank you.
Adjourn
Thank you.
on that part. And now we are moving on to our information or discussion items. First up, our Sacramento Valley Charter School annual update presentation. Autry Street.
Good evening, trustees, superintendent, staff, and community. This evening, I'm joined by the current principal of Sac Valley Charter, Dr. Dozier Brown, who will present this item in accordance with our current MOU. Every year, the charter school comes to provide the board with an update before July 1st.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So, good evening, Honorable Board of Trustees and President, Board of Trustees President Virginia Coffey, esteemed Washington Unified School District Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Dr. Hildreth. As she said, my name is Dr. Vendetta Dozier Brown, Principal of Sacramento Valley Charter School, and thank you for the opportunity to present tonight. I'd like to introduce my colleagues or have them introduce themselves.
Good evening, esteemed board. My name is Josiah Sidhu. I am the IT manager at Sacramento Valley Charter School.
Okay.
And good evening, Honorable Board of Trustees. My name is Gurcharanjit Singh. I'm the school secretary at SVCS.
So thank you so much. So I'm going to present tonight our first slide before we even start with the data part. It's just a little view of what we do in addition to the academic activities that we have at our school. Sac Valley is a wonderful place to learn and grow. So our mission and vision is to create an inspiring and challenging learning environment for our children and to promote a culture of strong social and family values. And that really is emphasized at our school. Our vision is strong community support, rigorous standards-based curriculum, individualized support for all children, a safe and compassionate learning environment, promote a love of learning, meet children's academic, social, and emotional needs, and that we continue to have a highly professional, fully certified staff. Some of our background and history: we were founded in 2011 with the goal of providing a rigorous academic experience for children in the core subjects of ELA, math, science, social studies, fine arts, and PE, while at the same time preserving and exposing students to the rich history, language, literature, and culture of the Punjabi diaspora through daily Punjabi language instruction. For the 25-26 school year, SVCS enrolled 408 pupils, 65% reside in Sacramento, 12% in West Sacramento, 9% in Elk Grove, and the remainder in other sectors of Sacramento, Placer, and Yolo counties. Our enrollment by ethnicity, the first one is checked with my colleagues, and there are actually 4 African-American students currently enrolled. And you can see what our demographics look like, and we have a total of 393 students. Our enrollment by subgroup, we have a large population of English learners, 2 foster youth, 24 students with special needs, and 208 students with socioeconomically disadvantaged status. So, no, I guess I got reformatted. Sometimes that happens from Google to Microsoft. But our chronic absenteeism, we're not proud of. That continues to be a glaring problem for us, and I'll discuss why in a second. Our suspension rate has actually declined. We really, really try to create opportunities for students to learn from their mistakes without suspending them. Our English learner progress, a little bit of a decline as similarly for ELA. And mathematics, we increased by 3.3 points, and science, we met our standard. So with our English learners, we've acquired quite a few more students who are new to the country, and so that is reflective in some of our data. As far as chronic absenteeism, again, it's not something we're proud of, but what happened prior to my coming is, I think, just a mindset about traveling in particular to India, going to weddings and staying for long periods of time, and that really influences our absenteeism. So our leadership team got together last year and we came up with an attendance policy and a new independent study policy, which says that after 5 days, if you're not there on day number 6, you get dropped. We have a large number of students who want to attend Sac Valley and who cannot. And so it's really, we feel that it isn't fair to overstay and then send us a doctor's note. We can't travel, we can't get on the plane because we're sick or whatever. And we just are putting a stop to that. And we are talking to parents. We're going to have a few more incentives for students and just let parents know at our back to school night in September that enough is enough. And if you travel wherever you plan to travel, you need to be back within those 5 days. And we have a pretty liberal spring break, winter break, summer, and so you have those opportunities to travel. So we're going to really try to continue to hammer that, and we're just going to disenroll and enroll students who really are committed to being there every day. And that might sound harsh, but we have to do something. We can't do this every year. So for our CASP, and we continue to do very well in ELA. Our students with special needs struggle. Our English learners are 75% met or exceeded standard, which is really very good in comparison to the state of California. And our socioeconomically disadvantaged and Asian students and Hispanic students. Our Asian students are represented by our Southeast Asian population, and with 34%. Hispanic students are not doing as well as we would like, and we are actively making progress, though, in that area. This year we hired an instructional coach who's working with teachers and is really data-driven, very much so. And so we know that that's going to make a difference, and we also are going to provide an intervention program in the fall with an intervention kit that we have, and we're looking to hire a reading intervention teacher for pullout. And math, we do continue to do well in math as well. Interestingly, students with special needs score higher in math, and that's probably because of in ELA, the vocabulary and the understanding the language, and they do better with computations. So these are the additional parameters that we met this year. Pupil access to a broad course of study, adequate teachers and instructional materials and technology and facilities. We do have family and parent engagement and local climate survey. So these are some parent involvement in extracurriculars that we have. We are getting ready to have multicultural night next week, which is I would like to invite any members of Washington Unified Board and trustees to come over and just see what we're all about. It would be a great opportunity. I believe it's from 4:30 to 6:30 next Thursday night. And so you'll kind of get to see what we do during that time. We have STEAM night, which was on our first page of our slide, and some great opportunities for our scholars, student council, robotics, Girl Scouts, intramural sports, chess, talent show, which is a really, really big deal also, and Carnival and Holy Run. So for our professional development, so this past year, I took 5 teachers to the PLC conference in Las Vegas, and then about 12 of us went to Seattle later in the summer. And so we were very, very committed to the professional learning communities model. As I mentioned before, we're going in the direction of being a true data-driven environment. We have a leadership team, which we didn't have in years past. We also have started using measures of academic progress, which will give us benchmark and interim assessment data, as well as exact path, doing something similarly, giving students an opportunity to progress, and they get rewarded. They go to the student store as they go along that path for proficiency. We have school safety, PD, and our instructional aides have professional development as well, and we have regular data review team meetings and PD. These are areas for improvement. So this is the report card that I kind of put together based on what I just presented. Reduce chronic absenteeism because it has not abated. So we did not meet that goal. Active recruitment to improve diversity. And my colleagues will explain that in a second. We've updated our website, and we promote our school through various platforms. More parent involvement. We want to have more of that. We do have it, but we'd like more. Increased teacher PD throughout out-of-state conferences. So we did meet those goals, and we did meet the goal of becoming a data-driven, collaborative environment, learning environment. And we also added minimum days on every third Wednesday for PD and the PLC. Several alternatives to suspension have had the effect of reducing suspensions, and we also have an SEL curriculum. And I'll say with that, so I'll give you an example. A student used the N-word, he blurted it out in class. So, teacher's upset, and I believe there was an African-American teacher in there at the time that happened. And so rather than a suspension or something else, I had that student research the civil rights movement and why that word is so hurtful. He had to present it. He was given a rubric and guidelines for doing so, and then he had to present it to the class. So, and he told me later, I had no idea. So those are the kinds of interventions we would prefer to have rather than suspensions or even Saturday school sometimes. Improved science learning, we definitely have ratcheted it up in science. So we have a new curriculum, and teachers are implementing with fidelity. So back to, I know that we talk a lot about, and we look at Washington Unified School District, and we look at West Sacramento, and we want the representation to be higher among students in West Sacramento, but I'm going to have my colleagues kind of explain what's been going on there and the efforts that we're making and the challenges we face as well. Go ahead.
Good evening again, and thank you, Dr. Brown. One of the primary restrictions that we have regarding our enrollment process is that we have to strictly adhere to the charter that we have in place for our school. I can actually read a section regarding this, but we're specifically restricted in our waitlist and enrollment processes. So here I will read this section from our Element 8 admission policy and procedures. Applications will be accepted during a publicly advertised open application period in March each year for enrollment in the following school year. Following the open enrollment period each year, applications shall be counted to determine whether any grade level has received more applications than availability. In the event that this happens, the charter school will hold a public random drawing in April to determine enrollment for the impacted grade level, with the exception of existing students who are guaranteed enrollment in the following year. The priority order for enrollment preferences in the case of a public random drawing shall be as follows. And this is the primary restriction here. The first group is siblings of students currently admitted or attending SVCS. The second group is students who are currently enrolled in or who reside in the Westfield Village Elementary School attendance area of the Washington Unified School District in which SVCS is located for purposes of the Charter School Facility Grant Program. Group 3 is children of the charter school employees and board members. Group 4 is other residents of the district, and Group 5 is all other applicants. And so because we are limited by these tier groups since 2024, which is the first year that we held our enrollment, and we've held enrollment lotteries since then. We have been heavily restricted by the current charter in place, especially regarding families who have more than one child, more than two children, sometimes more than three children. They all want them to be attending SVCS as early as possible, and at least all the way up until 6th or 7th grade, depending on where that student, or depending on where the family intends to send their children to high school. So that is one of the major bottleneck items.
You mentioned TK, Situate present.
Yes, of course. And then another bottleneck is for our transitional kindergarten class. Prior to the 24-25 school year, we had 2 sections, and now we are limited to 1 section due to facilities. That is something that we are looking to amend as soon as possible, but we are currently limited in how many students that we can take. Currently, we're at 20, I believe. 22 now in our limit, and on the wait list we had 55 students. And just on the wait list alone, I believe that we can share the demographic of the wait list, correct?
Absolutely.
So from that wait list alone, those 22 students were actually siblings of students that were already at the charter school. And then we had a large group of West Sacramento students, and there were 7 West Sacramento students, and the rest was general applications, right? And so we had over 30 students who essentially are now on our wait list, but because of the limited facility, we are limited in how many that we can take. The facility issue is, of course, something that we are wanting and have been attempting to address for the last couple of years, and we're continuing to work on that, especially with our board of directors.
And yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sidhu. And I will say also, even if we did have space for another TK class, what happens with the subsequent classes? We don't have anywhere to put the students. So right now we have, with the exception of TK, 2 classes per grade level and 1 8th grade class. So we're trying to figure out what to do about the 7th graders going to 8th grade if they decide to stay. We don't know. So we're really trying to figure that out right now, and we are severely impacted. So that's one of the reasons why the data is reflected as it is, and we welcome students from all areas, and we want more students from West Sacramento. But right now, as Mr. Sidhu explained, the charter and the number of students that are already siblings or already there, that's what's impacting us. So did you have any questions about that? And my final slide is, I firmly believe and agree with Dr. King that the function of education is to teach one to think intensively and to think critically. Intelligence plus character, that is the goal of true education, and that is what I strive to demonstrate every day and encourage our staff and students to do the same. So thank you so much for your time and attention. If you had any questions, we are open.
Right, thank you. Are there any comments?
None received.
Okay. Any from my fellow trustees?
Just a quick question, and you may have gone over this and I may have not just tracked it, is that what are you doing to support your students with special needs in terms academically? So that tends to be, that's a clear gap as well.
Yeah, so actually when I first arrived at Sag Valley, I think we had maybe 11 scholars who were students with special needs, and that has grown as we've identified more students who need the extra support. So that's part of why the data looks like that, because we've just acquired more scholars than we used to have with that designation. But last year we hired an administrator who has a special ed credential, and he's an administrator of our special education. That has helped. We did lose our ed specialist, so we're looking. But what we're doing specifically is we had quite a few students attend the spring intercession. So we're looking, targeting students who need the extra support and encouraging parents to bring them for that opportunity, as well as we had one for winter break in February, then we had another one for spring break. and then we'll have summer school, and it looks like quite a few students will attend summer school. And so we are purchasing intervention kits and intervention programs for summer school, and we use some of those intervention kits specifically for students with special needs and other struggling students during, particularly during the spring intersession. And the coordinator told me that the program was very successful, and so we're going to do the same thing this summer. And we have a pretty sizable, I would say almost a third, nearing a third of our student population will be attending summer school. And so they'll get that extra support there. And then in the fall, I'm hoping that we have an intervention teacher so we have a viable pull-out program. So that's what we're doing to address.
So pull-out program versus actually an integrated program is what you're planning on doing?
So for our master schedule, we have core ELA and math, obviously, but then there's a part of the day, and we've extended the day this year, just for that, for what you're asking. So we've extended the day by 30 minutes. That particular program of Voyager is about 40 to 45 minutes. So students during that other period of the day, towards the end of the day, which is fine arts, science, social studies, that's when they would receive instruction. And so the way that our master calendar is structured, some teachers teach the ELA at different times, and so those are times when we can utilize the pull-out program and get students to, I think we need more than one intervention teacher, but if we have one, that's what we'd like to do, and really targeting not just our students with special needs, but our students who are really struggling in ELA in particular. And I just say that years ago when I was a principal in Stockton Unified, the same program, we had a reading teacher and several instructional aides, and the reading teacher was fully committed. We bought the program with grant money, and we implemented the program, and it was so successful, and our students did so well and advanced that they used our school for a demonstration video. So that's how much confidence I have in that program. As long as it's implemented with fidelity, it will bring our kids along.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Anything else? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Can you tell us about your board composition in terms of also if any of your board members are families, parents, or are living in West Sacramento?
Yes. Absolutely. I'll have Mr.
And yes, ma'am, to answer your question, so the board's commitment extends beyond, governance alone. Their investment in West Sacramento is reflected through continued involvement in community development, support of local initiatives, partnerships with families, and a shared vision of ensuring that students in West Sac have access to high-quality educational opportunities close to home. And to answer your question directly, there are individuals on the board who have personally invested their time, energy, and resources into the continued development and success of West Sac. Several board members are local small business owners and community leaders who actively contribute to the local economy and civic growth of the city. Many have longstanding ties to the community, with their own children and families having attended SVCS, nearly half of them, giving them direct and personal understanding of the importance of maintaining a strong, student-centered educational environment.
What I'm hearing is currently you do not have any current residents of West Sacramento, though maybe they're business owners, but currently there is not a board member that resides in West Sacramento or that has a child currently enrolled.
2 of the 5 did at one time,
But not
Honorable Trustee, not currently, yes.
Thank
They've
you.
since graduated.
Okay, thank you. I say that because in the board MOU, the agreement that we had, we talked about, not that it was mandatory, but that that was something that our board felt was important for your board, and that there were families in, and that those would be communicated to us regularly with these updates. So thank you for sharing that information
Absolutely.
and having it ready. And then I hope that you continue to try to recruit active families that you have right now too, so that you have a minimum of one voice that comes within, a current parent or a current resident, hopefully both.
Absolutely, no. We'll take that feedback back to the board as well.
Thank you. And then my other question, just for transparency for all of us and and Dr. Hildreth has reminded me, initially, this petition came to us and it was approved May 23rd, 2019, and it was a 5-year term, which means that it would have been up for renewal June 30th, 2024. And so can we just have an update, because when you search it, you don't see that. So can you remind us of what has changed in that time in terms of the charter petition and our role of oversight?
Yes, so thank you for the question. Just for awareness, we know that due to the pandemic, California Department of Education gave charters that were set to expire between January 1st, 2022 and June 30th, 2025. All charters received an automatic 2-year extension. And then another extension was granted for charters expiring between January 1st, 2024 and June 30th, 2027. So since this expired in 2024, it got the full 3-year extension. So the renewal window is next year.
Thank you. And during that time, before you were here, Mr. Dozier Brown, so you, this was not under your leadership, but there were significant challenges that our district team had to spend quite a bit of time on going to the meetings. And I know that you've made many of those changes, and so I want to thank you for that. And I also wanted to acknowledge just on our end the oversight challenges that were made at that time. And then you spoke to the space challenges. So I just wanted to bring up that it came to our attention only because a trustee had been talking to somebody on a planning commission. And so I wanted to bring it up that it came to our attention that there was a conditional use permit application to the city of West Sacramento, and Washington Unified needed to send a letter to the city as a result of communication to let them know that it's our responsibility, Washington Unified as the overseers of this, to ensure that SVCS operations remain in compliance with the school's approved charter school. And at that time, the district had not received a request for an approved material revision to the SVCS charter petition. So we had not received any material revision requests when that went. And so my question is, as of today, has Washington Unified received a material revision request to your petition?
So the petition predated me, so what exactly was the petition for? Was it for the transitional kindergarten building?
I believe so, but that would be a change to your petition. And if you don't know, that's okay, but I just wanted to ask publicly. So if you do a conditional use permit to the city and apply to the city for space for TK, that needs to come to the school board because we are overseeing, and that's a material revision because TK is not, it's not in your petition with this space.
Well, we need the space first.
We
need to find this, yeah.
Okay, but have you submitted as of today, do you know, a request to the district for that need of space?
Not for that property, not for that property.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Certainly. They know, they were here prior.
I just wanted to offer a brief comment regarding that question. One of our board members is currently working with the city of West Sacramento for that property and for a couple of other items. So that board member is working with our landlord specifically on acquiring those buildings to then be recategorize the zones for educational zoning to be used. And then once we get approval from the city, I believe that is when we'll submit the application to Washington Unified.
Okay, I just want to be very clear, though, that the city does not have jurisdiction in terms of, the overseer of this charter. This board, governing board does, and so Washington Unified does, and so that is why that communication is very important as well.
Absolutely. So the board will be notified of that matter as well. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for the
Just to follow up, I think, thank you for flagging that, Trustee Kirby Gonzalez. It's that we expect to have a material revision. I understand that you're working with the city, but even in that process, communication is key as your oversight board. Doing after the fact, or us finding out, to be honest, was a little bit surprising.
What year was that?
That was earlier this year.
It was our communication to the city was the week that we have found out because it was published publicly. It was November 6, 2025. It was this fall.
Okay.
And to be transparent, there is a planning commissioner who was a former school board member who understands this as well.
Okay. We will make sure we do that, yes. Okay. Thank you so much. Any
Are there
other
any
questions?
other questions? No? All right. Thank you very much, you guys.
Thank you.
All right, and now we're going to go ahead and move on to our update on students' social emotional learning, SEL survey data. Audrey Streak.
Good evening again.
Yeah.
Okay, so for this item, I am joined by Coordinator Arcona, and we are excited to share some data with you today that we collect on an annual basis, actually twice a year, through a survey format, really to assess our school climates and cultures. And so we have organized the presentation in a way that provides some stopping points for questions. But please, there's a variety of tables and charts that we will share, so please feel free to stop us if anything is unclear. Next slide, please. And so again, just to reiterate the purpose, we want to share what the tool is that we use to collect that data, and just provide you with this year's fall and spring survey data. And we also have included some comparison data year over year as well.
Good evening, trustees. This student SEL survey does align with our strategic plan. First, it mainly meets 2 out of our 4 goals for student success. This survey monitors our progress in goal number 2, whole child, by measuring students' perception of safety, sense of belonging, academic challenge, and access to timely supports. This survey also monitors our progress in eliminating disproportionalities. And additionally, the CalHope Student SEL survey measures the extent to which we are upholding all 4 of our equity principles. And then finally, this survey is aligned to 2 out of our 4 pillars. In Pillar A, it aligns with fostering welcoming learning environments as well as delivering culturally responsive instruction. And then it aligns with Pillar D, providing a safe climate and equitable access for all.
And just one more point of alignment. The way that the data is presented is also in alignment with our equity policy. In particular, points 1 and 4, where we've made the commitment to provide routine to collect data on student needs in a variety of ways, and to ensure that when we present that data, it's disaggregated by race, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, et cetera, and to ensure that we are sustaining district initiatives that focus on positive school climates. Next slide, please. I said one more point, but here's another point of alignment. This also is in alignment with the board and superintendent goals for this year, in particular, Goal 1, our commitment to safe, inclusive, supportive, and equitable learning environments. Our goal is to increase the percent of students who feel supported academically as well as emotionally from 76.3%, which was captured in June 2025. And we want to increase that by 10% by June 2028. And on the next slide, we'll show you how we've sort of arrived at that particular goal. And so in order to assess if students feel supported academically and emotionally, we take their responses from 6 of the survey items, and those are listed for you above. And so adults at my school care about me. The rules are the same for everyone. Adults at my school take action when students are being mean. This school is a safe and welcoming place for people of all backgrounds and cultures. At this school, students of different backgrounds and cultures treat each other with respect. Adults at school encourage me to work hard so I can be successful. So just wanted to make it clear that we arrive at that data based on those 6 survey items. Next slide, please.
Yes. There are some key terms we'll be using often in presenting this data, both the fall and spring data. First, participation rate. That refers to the percentage of students in grades 3 through 12 who completed the survey. Next, favorability refers to the percentage of positive student responses overall or within a specific survey category. There are 5 dimensions or categories measured in this survey. Aggregate data refers to the survey results that are combined and summarized overall or for a group of students, while disaggregated data is referring to the survey results that are separated by student groups to better understand different students' perspectives. Yes. The Cal Hope Student SEL survey has 23 items that are divided into 5 dimensions or categories. 3 of those dimensions measure culture and climate, and 2 of those dimensions measure student well-being as well as student social emotional learning. To support accessibility and, no worries. To support accessibility and increase participation, some students completed a modified version of the survey, and that contains a representative set of items aligned to each SEL dimension that you see there. This survey also helps us to see our progress in how we coherently integrate the, if you will, alphabet soup of climate and culture initiatives, SEL, PBIS, and RP, which are social emotional learning, positive behavior interventions and supports, and restorative practices. This table shows our fall survey results compared to the overall combined results of 12 other districts in our state that administered this survey. You can see that our overall participation and overall favorability are similar to the 12 other districts combined. And then looking at each of the 5 survey dimensions, we're also similar to the other 12 districts, and we're actually just a little higher in most of the dimensions. In the next table, this is showing our spring 2026 survey results, and both our district and the 12 other school districts combined have a similar participation and favorability, both overall and by SEL survey dimension. And again, we're just a little bit higher in most of the dimensions. The 2 boxes on the left show our overall participation rate and favorability for fall. And then we're also showing the overall participation rate and favorability for the spring. For fall 2025, our participation rate was at 70%. And our favorability was at 79%, which is actually our highest we've ever had since fall 2023 when we first administered this survey. This spring, we increased our participation rate by 26% to 96%. And even with this, the significant increase in student responses, we are still similar in our favorability as with fall. And this favorability is actually the highest we've had since spring 2024. I'd like to just take a moment to talk about the factors that contributed to the increased participation rate from fall to spring. After reviewing the fall participation rates, our district and site leaders did set a district-wide goal of 90% overall district-wide in participation. And so that created a stronger focus on survey administration and accountability. At some sites, it's actually also encouraged or sparked some friendly competition between site leaders, and they wanted to see who could reach 100% participation rate, and there were actually a handful of sites that did reach that mark. Another contributing factor to the increased participation rate was that there was a more intentional effort to close a feedback loop with students. So what I mean by that is our site leaders shared with students grades 3 through 12 the results of the fall survey and talked about glows and grows. And then teachers embedded those presentations into their review of how to take the survey so that students understood why their voice mattered. And then last but not least, our SEL coaches took time to review the survey expectations and the modified survey during staff meetings. And we believe that all of these factors help to increase our rate to the highest participation rate we've ever had. So now there's no going back. We need to be at 96% or higher.
One more factor. We spent time in a principal meeting where principals had the opportunity to share best practices with one another, really hearing from the schools who typically get 100%. So schools were able to replicate those practices at their own sites. And so we saw that as a contributing factor as well.
Returning to our data, the right-hand side shows our spring favorability by dimension. The platform that we administer this survey through is called Kelvin, and Kelvin lists the favorability by dimension in descending order. So our highest favorability was in resources for coping, tied with experiences with culturally and linguistically responsive environments, both at 81%. And then our lowest favorability was in the dimension of opportunities for student voice and leadership. If you click, you'll see on the right some green and red bars. The green bars indicate the percentage increase from fall, while the red bars show the percentage decrease. The shifts from fall to spring are only within a few percentage points, indicating that there's a consistency in what students are experiencing across the school year. At this time, we'd like to pause to see if there's anything we can clarify for you.
Hi, thank you. Just at the very beginning, I think it was on slide 5, you talked about how it aligns to this year's board and superintendent goals, and there's a goal in there to increase this by 10% in 3 years. And it shows that we've increased in this year 1 by about 2%. Are we
comfortable at this point that, finishing the year one, that over the next 2 years, we would still be able to achieve the goal of a 10% increase?
Yes. Yes, the 3-year goal of a 10% increase is intentionally ambitious, and it does reflect sustained improvement over time. We know that student perception data typically shifts gradually as systems and practices are strengthened. Because we're really trying an integrated, coherent approach to SEL, positive behavior interventions and supports, and restorative practices, we believe that since we just secured a $100,000 grant to refine our restorative practices implementation, that will further support progress towards the 10% growth over the 3 years.
Anybody else? I just wanted to do a call out, and we could all find positive pieces within this data, but I was particularly heartened to see that YOLO High School students who often in some of the SEL data coming from other sites might not have shown strong connections, 93% feel cared about by adults, and I think that that's a really powerful number. And oh, I did skip ahead. I got so excited. I already highlighted it. Oh, I'm so sorry. Never mind.
It's all good.
Carry on and please highlight all of the wonderful next news. I'm so sorry. I got so excited. I was like highlighting and writing. Okay. Anyways, there's a lot of good stuff coming.
Yes.
I'm very sorry.
No worries.
I was like, please excuse the skipping ahead. She's an overachiever. What can I say?
I did think it was like resources. Me too.
Well, me, I don't have a screen, so I was going off of this, and so I was like, okay, there's more to come. So I knew we were good, but that's okay. That's okay.
Yes.
Okay.
We're good. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Next slide, please.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
So this, just to make sure we're all on the same page, this particular chart shows spring 2025 data compared to spring 2026 data. And the colors indicate each category compared over 2 years. So in yellow, it's just our overall favorability. And then in blue, do students feel safe and welcomed? And then in pink, do students feel cared about by adults? And then, of course, on the left, each school site. And so we've highlighted in green sites where there was consistent growth across all 3 categories. But even though all of the schools are not highlighted in green, there really is something to point out, to your point, Trustee Kirby Gonzalez, that there was growth everywhere in one category, if not all, or they maintained at a pretty high level of favorability. And so, did we want to add anything to this particular slide?
I think you covered it.
No.
Okay.
Good job.
Okay. Next slide.
These tables are heat maps, and they show favorability, this one by grade level. Heat maps help us quickly identify differences in the data. So in that first column, that represents the overall favorability for all students and favorability for all students by survey dimension. That first column is our aggregate data, while the remaining columns to the right show disaggregated data for student groups in comparison to that first column or overall results. In general, yellow and orange, I guess it more looks like light orange and dark orange, indicate larger differences or disparities or lower favorability compared to the overall results, whereas light blue and dark blue would indicate higher favorability or stronger outcomes. Orange is the least favorable, while dark blue is the most favorable. So we can see in the fall that middle school students' experiences are less favorable than those of 3rd and 4th grade students. We see 6th, 7th, and 8th in the upper left-hand corner and 3rd and 4th in the lower right-hand corner. When we compare fall to spring, based on the colors we see, there's actually less orange, meaning there's less differences between groups in the spring in the dimensions of opportunities for student voice and leadership, emotional experiences, and safety and connection. And we also see, given the blue and the right-hand column on that spring 2026 heat map, that our seniors are the happiest grade level this spring.
That's so true.
Next slide, please. It's, I believe so. Is it going?
This one's different.
It's the right one.
Oh, it is? Okay. Sorry.
That's okay.
Thank you.
And so Rosie did a really thorough overview of how we use the heat map. And so here we've shown the data still in the heat map format, but particular to race and ethnicity. So how do students score or respond based on race? And so we see that this slide compares how they answered in fall and how they answered in spring. And so just at first glance, you can see less dark orange in spring than you see in fall, and actually some blue in spring, which you didn't see in fall. So again, less differences among the groups, although still some differences among the groups. And so the heat map really does help us figure out how to differentiate supports. Where are we improving? Where do we need to make additional changes in terms of how kids feel, the experiences they are having at school on a daily basis? Next slide, please. And then in particular, we pulled out data for our African American students because historically they've always scored lower than the aggregate on these surveys. And so we are happy to report there are some significant gains in the data from year to year. So this is a 2-year comparison. We see in the yellow or the buff, fall 2024 compared to fall 2025, and then in the blue, spring 2025 compared to spring 2026. Something that I'm really happy about is that you see that the sample size is larger, right? So in spring 2026, you had 307 3rd through 12th graders who identify as African American or Black who were actually included in the survey data. Compared to spring of last year, you had 100 students less. So it gives us a more complete picture of the daily experiences of this particular student group. Next slide, please.
Here are a summary of some of the strengths that we can celebrate, as well as growth areas. In terms of celebrations, our highest participation with a 26% increase since fall, as we mentioned, and it was also the highest participation since fall 2023. Another point that we can celebrate is that fall 2025 showed a 4% increase in favorability since spring 2024, and fall 2025 is actually also our highest favorability since spring 2024. And then for this spring, resources for coping, along with culturally and linguistically responsive environments, was our highest favorability in terms of dimensions. but I'm calling out resources for coping here because there was a 2% increase in the survey item. I have skills to deal with difficult situations from fall to spring of this year. We also, Audrey shared with you the growth for Black African American students from fall of last year to fall of this year, showing a 4.4% overall average increase. And the largest increase was in the 2 dimensions. Resources for coping went up 7%, and opportunities for student voice and leadership went up 6%.
And so our grows are basically the dimension that addresses opportunities for student voice and leadership. We consistently see that as our lowest dimension or category in terms of positive responses. And so really looking at ways to increase how we gather feedback from students on a regular basis. The platform that we use to administer this survey has a function where teachers can create mini surveys, if you will, at a given time on different topics that they feel are needed in their particular classrooms. And emotional experiences is another area that we consistently rate lower than the other categories.
These next few slides reflect the actions that we are taking, school level and district-wide level, in response to both the fall and spring survey data. So at Yolo High School, from fall to spring, you can see the participation rate increased by 21% to 85%, and we're seeing growth across all SEL dimensions. Usually we see nationwide, statewide, from fall to spring, there's a dip in favorability. So this is especially meaningful since it reflects, in terms of the participation rate increasing, even more students. So it's not just that scores went up, but more students responded and scores went up. Some practices that contributed to this growth are the weekly SEL lessons using the Wayfinder curriculum that they've instituted in their advisory periods. And their advisory periods, this is actually year 2 of that structure. There's also been intentional focus on building and maintaining positive relationships, and so much so that every student is known by name now by every staff member, and staff are actually reporting that students actively greet them first before the staff greet them in hallways and in classrooms. And on the next slide, this is an example of the actions that River City High School is taking in response to both the fall and spring data. You can see that, like Yolo High, they increased in favorability from fall to spring in most dimensions. One of the things they're thinking about doing is convening a focus group of students that represent all grade levels and subgroups, and that their focus group questions won't be just based on SEL survey results, but also trying to triangulate the Swiss behavioral referral data. They're also eliciting student input on planned strategies in response to that data, so they will be sharing data with students, and then the students will have a say in how what strategies will be implemented, and they'll get to also participate in evaluating the impact of those strategies. And then students will know that their voices were heard because they'll participate in sharing this data through student announcement slides and on the intercom. On the next slide, our SEL coach team, who only started 5 months ago, have also engaged in actions that are responsive to the data. First, they are also supporting closing the feedback loop with students. With the support of SEL coaches, teachers are now beginning to share class survey results with students and engaging them in what we're calling student voice action cycles so that they can gather input from students on strategies to try, followed by opportunities for students to reflect on the impact of those strategies on their sense of belonging, emotional experiences, so they can see how they're doing with the strategies that they had voice in implementing. In response to areas of growth in both school-wide and district-wide data, the SEL coaches have also hosted numerous professional learning sessions during staff meetings and/or after school. Some of the topics not listed there, but I will list them here for you, are mindfulness and self-regulation strategies, community building circles and restorative circles, trauma-informed social-emotional learning, SEL, PBIS, and restorative practice integrated strategies, such as the use of affective statements in behavior-specific praise at a ratio of the research-based 4-to-1, 4 positives for every corrective feedback. And teachers are also now learning from the SEL coaches how to access Kelvin, how to look at their class data. And they're becoming more confident, our coaches, in delivering professional learning that really digs into the second step and Wayfinder curricula, or evidence-based curricula that we've adopted. And one of the things they're becoming really learned on and showing other teachers is the Wayfinder's Portrait of a Graduate platform. And in KickUp, there's a survey in which educators need to write out to what extent the PLs influence their work and how it impacts students. And more teachers district-wide are utilizing Wayfinder's Portrait of a Graduate platform to facilitate SEL activities that are aligned to our district's 6 Portrait of a Graduate skill areas. It's fun to look at the dashboard and see which of our skill areas have been the most covered by our educators. And then additionally, our SEL coaches have begun to conduct student empathy interviews and focus groups, and hopefully next year, if the SEL coaches program continues, they can support teachers to do that, because that will provide additional context to our survey data. Sometimes a Likert scale of yes, yes, no, no, doesn't really capture students' experiences. And so by conducting these focus groups and empathy interviews, we can get more of those specific perspectives. These are our priority actions. We'll continue utilizing at Elkhorn their REACH grant funds to refine their restorative practices implementation. And then with the new $100,000 restorative practices grant, we are aiming to institute a training of trainers, starting with the SEL coaches. And then we really want to be consistent in our use of evidence-based SEL curricula across the district, because especially in managing anxiety and coping skills, Second Step and Wayfinder have those evidence-based lessons that are effective. I already covered how we will increase student voice through empathy interviews and focus groups. And then I actually convened a group of SEL coaches and instructional coaches to develop learner progressions for our Portrait of a Graduate. And because many of those, our skill areas are social emotional skills. And so we're actually gave our entire 16 SEL coaches our draft of our pre-K2, grades 3-5, 6-8, and 9-12 learner progressions with the rubrics and the ICANN statements to see what they think as practitioners. And our hope is to get more invested partners looking at those drafts, and then we'll redraft them and again ask for broader input and feedback so that there's shared ownership in these progressions.
All right.
There's another break, like spot for questions.
That's actually the end.
I know.
Yeah, so I know we're way over
I'm just giving
time.
Sarah Kirby Gonzalez a hard time. All right, are there any public comments?
None received.
Okay, do I have any comments or questions from the board? I see. Go ahead.
I think Vanessa. Go ahead.
No, you, okay. Okay.
Well, we
Oh,
talked about
okay,
asking
yeah,
the
maybe.
same question, yes.
Two things. The first is, you guys talked a lot about, well, let me take a step back. Even from our student reports, we hear a lot, and from the student advisory, we hear a lot about opportunities to hear student voice, and you talk about it a lot here as well. And it feels like there is a lot of opportunity to hear the student's voice. And you touched a little bit on it at the very end with the SEL coaches. I had already written it down this, so I wanted to talk about it anyway. What are we doing? Or it would be good to know, we don't have to answer it now, but we hear the concerns, we hear the student voice, but then what? I think that's part of feeling heard, is that you see action after I've communicated how I feel or whatever it might be. So if you have anything to say now, that's great, but if not, that's okay too, before I move on to my second question.
I would think, I was going to say, aside from the student announcement slides and the intercom, and the loudspeaker, aside from that piece, because some things, student voice isn't necessarily always wanting to be public in that sense, but I think to the...
It's just a common
Yeah.
theme we're hearing a lot, recently from our from a number of different avenues, this survey as well. So I think it would be good, and maybe that's the work we're doing, right, with the SEL coaches and the student cycles and stuff. The other comment I just wanted to make, it's not really a question, but you pulled out the African American student data, and in every piece of data we receive, that's our lowest scoring group or lowest reporting group. And I know that it's a priority, and there are ideas and things we want to do to help elevate our African American students so that we see on the SEL side, on the academic side as well. But I think it's just a good reminder that every data set we've been seeing, it's very consistent with those results. And I know it's, the leadership team is passionate about making sure we are doing something about it. And just wanted to vocally, say that again, that I think it's really important work that sometimes can get their other priority items become a higher priority, maybe, that we have to, our operational day-to-day stuff. But I just want to say again, it's really important that we continue to do that work. And I know we're very data-driven, and we won't see those impacts until we see this data is showing that we're doing something. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll just wait for President Coffey to call me.
I saw you two were trying to figure it out, so I was like, all right.
I mean, just a value add, because our strategic plan is about equity, right? It's not, I get you want to grow 10%, that's an overall. But if we're consistently seeing a subgroup, African-American students who are in a certain percentage, I would propose that you might have to have a stronger investment or more deeper investment in a subgroup that is not, that we're not moving the needle as quickly. Because yes, 10% is ambitious overall, but the Asian students are probably, doing well, the, white students are doing well. But then if we're looking where our equity value goals are, what are we doing for those sub, right? So I would just value add of not just that's just calling it out as a value that we have in terms of representation. And I know that clearly the cabinet, we've talked about this often, but I just wanted to highlight that and not kind of skate over it. But I also want to appreciate, kind of excited about all the restorative practices that you have been implementing and the culture of this school, this school district, because, when I first came on board, I was the one about social justice, not social justice, but restorative justice and restorative practices, to see it kind of be where it is now, where we have all that outreach workers as well as the social workers, and in terms of comprehensive vision of what I've said, before. It's like we finally see the forest before the trees. Right? Before it was like, oh, we'll put an outreach worker here or a social worker here and we'll find some money. But now, like, this has pulled it all together. So in this last decade of like holding that space, and really appreciate the board, all versions of it over the last decade of holding that space is really special, and really grateful that we didn't see this vision like 10 years ago, if I'm being direct, right? And so really grateful that you're continuing with us, Rosie. There's clearly you heard all the value of this work and of the cabinet for really moving this forward. So, and again, if we're gonna keep on honing in on the equity thing, but we know that's at the heart of it too. But don't want to kind of say, oh, okay, like that's solved, because I think it's going to be a while before we see the results.
Yes, we know we have come. We've made some growth, but we know we have a long way to go to address the needs of all of the students.
Yeah. I would say all, and then targeting.
Yes.
Well, and that's where I'm coming from. Yeah.
And that's where the heat maps and the really disaggregating the data is so useful, so that you can target your resources and supports.
Thank you. I really appreciate, as you said, the heat maps, all of this data. It's really helpful to go over and look through. And of course, the comments of my fellow trustees, the work we've been doing to really focus on this work. So thank you to Rosie. Thank you to the whole team. I appreciate that you shared the pictures of the SEL coaches, because you do have a phenomenal team that you're building up, and who are already, we're just great people to tap for that. And so it's really exciting to see now that those voices can be elevated and to spread this work. My only question goes with what we were just talking about, and I know that you are experts in the room, but it's just something to call out. It talks about convening a focus group of students, representatives of all grade levels and subgroups, which I think is so valuable, and I appreciate that you called that out. But I also wonder, and it's for you all to do, but and think about, but maybe calling out a specific focus group just for our Black and African American students only, not only being within a group that is representative, but I think having a specific target group or our Black Student Union really going through this data too, where it might be a safer space to explore some of those conversations and what we can do. And these are challenges that we're facing, in many spaces we see really across the state, across the country, and I'm excited that we can lead the way in getting to some of these root causes. So,
Thank you. The PBIS team and the MTSS team and the SEL coaches at River City actually came up with this plan together, so I will take that to them. Thank you.
Yeah, there's a lot of work, definitely a lot of work happening. I'm going to go ahead and just put my anal view on these charts. For me, I'm looking at the heat maps of fall and spring. I'm trying to do a side-by-side comparison, and two of the columns, or rows, I should say, are reverse. So as I'm going through, I'm like, oh my gosh, there's 80, and then this one's 81, but it's actually experience with culture, resources for coping, and experiences with culturality. Those two are swapped.
Can you tell me the slide number that you're on?
14. Heat map.
So it's not.
Do you have overall, so we can look at, I don't know what
The
it looks
order
like
is
on the.
different because it's in
Descending.
ascending or descending order.
Of favorability.
Yes.
So the highest is at the top and the lowest is at the bottom.
Oh, so then
Or
just
the reverse.
the bottom is the part?
The lowest is at the top,
Oh, sorry,
and the
yes.
bottom, the highest is at the bottom.
I was getting mixed.
And that changed in fall, from fall to spring.
Okay, that
So
makes
you
sense.
see in
Yes.
fall, opportunities for student voice and leadership was the lowest rated category.
Overall, for both
Yes.
fall and spring.
Exactly, for all students.
So
And
resource,
in spring, it was still the lowest, right? But emotional experiences, both second
Yeah,
for fall and spring.
okay,
But the changes happened with safety and connection.
got it.
I'm sorry, experiences with culturally relevant experiences. I said that wrong.
Right, with the- those are the-
Environments, I'm
yeah,
sorry.
the
That
two-
was second to last in spring, but it was last
In the fall.
in the fall. But last was meant highest.
Okay, so now my next question is, because I'm trying to follow this.
Yes.
And I see on the left, the color key, and it's saying responses are favorable. When do they shift from least or gray, which is neutral, to a light blue to a darker blue shade? And the reason I'm asking is because the number for resources and coping for one, like it's 30, like 84, and then there's another 84 somewhere else and it's darker.
Yes.
I'm trying to figure out what makes that heat happen there or cool or whatnot.
Yes.
Rosie's going to explain
Thank you.
that.
Yes, my first year, I kept calling my contact at Kelvin because I kept being confused about the heat maps.
Okay, so it's not just me.
Yes, the colors will change depending on the subgroup we filter by. So when we filter by grade level, the colors will be different than when we filter by race ethnicity. The first column is the overall results, and so that's the aggregate data, and the columns thereafter on the right are always in comparison to that first column, and it's showing differences between the first column.
So between all students and all of those that are in sixth grade? Then goes all the way to,
Yes, so the sixth grade column is being compared to the first column of all students.
okay.
And
And that's
so-
why
yeah.
their color is blue compared to the first column of all students?
The blue means that you had, they did better than the whole, right? So on those in that particular category for those grade levels, they did better than the whole, which is why it's blue and not orange. Orange is, they did less, or it was less favorable than the whole. And light blue means it was more positive, favorable responses compared to the whole.
Yes, but there's also, yeah, but there's,
I'm
The
getting,
goal of the heat map, the way I keep it straight in my mind,
is I want to focus on the fire.
it tells you what's on fire. It tells you where is the challenge and
Right.
where is that concentrated.
Okay,
so it's really showing, so even though yes, it's showing least favorable to most favorable, on top of that, it's showing large differences versus smaller differences. So the shades of blue are showing smaller differences from the first column, and the orange and yellow are showing greater differences compared to the first column.
And I'll just add, the dark orange is differences in a negative way.
Right.
And the blue is differences in a positive way.
okay.
Yeah.
I'm getting I understand the color piece in the sense of fire, hot, hey, let's focus our attention on these kids versus these ones, they're doing great. You know, it's cool like water. I'm getting that piece. I guess my part that I'm trying to grasp is what differentiates, I'm looking at, let me go ahead, I'm on slide 14, I don't see that, so I'm going off of this.
Okay.
My screen is blank. I'm looking at slide 14, spring 2026
Yeah.
heat map. It's dimensions and grouped by grade level. I see all students, overall 78, but we have some that are above 78, like the 8th graders, 10th graders, 3rd graders, 4th graders, and 12th graders.
I think it has to be a significant jump.
Yeah. It's only two away.
from the overall. So like your 80s aren't significant enough, but if you go down to safety and connection, right, your 85 is a jump by 9, so that's blue. So it's just how significant the jump is, if it's gonna stay gray,
Yeah, the
which
difference.
is neutral to the overall.
So it's not
go up or down.
so it's not based off of the previous year either then?
It's just based off of that
First column, all the students?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
I'm sorry, I was just trying to make sure I understood.
Please don't be sorry. Those are great questions, clarifying questions.
But then add to it, you have 11, then all of a sudden, the second one, you have 6, 7, 11. So the column becomes different because it's not apples for apples or oranges.
That's-
Help us understand, like, because you're jumping,
Oops, sorry.
graders are on the right side in spring, but they're moving towards the left side during the fall.
So just like the category order shifted based on responses, the order in which each grade level is listed across also changed, with the most favorable responses within a group being on the right and the least favorable responses within a grade level being on the left.
Okay.
So that's why the order switched from fall to
So
spring.
that's why it's never, you can't really do a side-by-side comparison because it is always ebb and flowing based off of the questions and how they're,
It's the
how
same
they take-
questions, but
the responses to the questions, I'm sorry.
yes.
That's what I mean.
Yes, and how each group, how kids answered as a group.
Okay.
From fall to spring.
And that's why you're wanting it to be more fired to the top or to the left, right? And then kind of like cooling down, because that's where you are seeing, because they're lower, right?
If you look, still on slide 14.
Yes, yes.
Remember we said in fall, we saw a lot of orange, which meant a lot of differences between the whole, the all students, and certain groups or grade levels. But if you look in spring, you have less
Less of
dark
it.
orange because there was less difference between how grade levels scored compared to all students.
To all students.
So that's,
Okay.
we see that as progress.
Got you.
Yes.
Okay.
The
thank
heat
you.
map is meant to.
I'm sorry. I know I took a lot of time on that.
Yeah, and then,
There's a step, we call it phase 0 in our WUSD data analysis cycle that we use with principals. And phase 0 is, does everyone understand what the chart is saying? And so we did not spend enough time on phase 0. So those questions, we didn't
I'm
give
sorry.
you that time to ask.
Okay.
So I'm so glad you did ask.
I'm sorry, and thank you.
That's fair.
It's why in the spring, the 8th graders and the 12th graders jump from the left to the right.
Yeah, if you look
Like, we look at it like it's like those who are graduating.
12th graders
but
are
like you move that,
thrilled.
you see they move like columns to the right because I'm like, oh, that's a lot because we're leaving or we're graduating.
connected.
Yeah.
Yes, that too.
Just working through phase 0 next time.
yes, yes,
And
definitely.
then the 11th
Yeah.
graders move all the way to the left because it's like I don't know.
And
Oh, they didn't test it. Oh, they're tested. They aren't tested in 11th grade.
Yeah.
Have all these theories, but,
Yeah.
Well, thank you for taking the time on that with me. And then also, I just wanted to do a little shout out to the huddles at YOLO. Those are really actually quite amazing when you're able to go, if you guys ever can. They just give recognitions to kids all the time, and I can see why they feel that they are seen there. So, thank you.
we normally present this data earlier in the school year, but that means you don't get to see fall and spring at once. So if you prefer, we can always do it around this time so that you can see the change over the school year.
Yeah.
It's just an option.
And then give me my own private session on the colors and phase
We'll
0.
spend more time on phase 0, yeah.
Oh, not just you? Oh, not just me.
It's
Trustee Castro
a
wants it
lot
too.
of data.
All right. Well, thank you so much for that. We appreciate it. Okay.
Welcome, thank you.
Thank you.
welcome. And now we are moving on to consent. Are there any public comments? None received. All right. Do I have a motion? I'll move. Moved by Vice President Castro.
I'll second.
Oh, ooh, second by Trustee Kirby Gonzalez. All those in favor?
Aye.
I too say aye. And now we're moving
on to our action. Number 1, approval of project authorization with BBK Architects for the Yolo High School Kitchen Modernization Project. Monique Stovall.
Thank you and good evening. Our facilities director will be presenting this item and the next few items.
Awesome. Thank you.
Good evening. Tonight, we bring to you the project authorization agreement with PBK Architects for architectural services for the Yolo Kitchen modernization. So while working in collaboration with the food service department, we identified the need for an updated kitchen at Yolo High School. And the facilities department reached out to 3 architectural firms within our pool for quotes and conducted site visits and scope meetings. PBK provided the district with the best value proposal. The scope of PBK services will include architectural and engineering, schematic design, closeout, special services with AMP Design Services. So AMP Design designs a lot of kitchens throughout the state. Cost estimation and also submission to DSA, Division of State Architects, and the State Health Department. Administration recommends approval of the project authorization with PBK Architects for a cost of $114,248. This will be paid through the Kitchen Infrastructure Training Grant.
All right. Any public comments?
None received.
Any comments from my fellow trustees? One question. Never mind, I can't ask it right now. Well, my question was gonna be like, what will happen once it, like, what are they gonna do about food in the interim? I was gonna ask similar, yeah.
Once we get a project schedule,
Okay,
we will work through that with food services.
okay. That was my own question. Okay. Do I have a motion? I'll move. Moved by Vice President Castro.
I'll second.
Second by Trustee Wong. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. To say aye. All right. Now moving on to the approval of change order number 1 with XL Construction for Elkhorn Village School Modernization Project. Daniel.
Tonight, we bring to you the change order 1 with XL Construction for Elkhorn Modernization Project. This change order is due to the accelerated schedule, which includes additional field labor and supervision support to ensure that all buildings, except for Building B, the kitchen, are open for the start of school. Also, this includes $75,000 allowances for subcontractors to use for accelerated efforts. These accelerated efforts would come as a time and material order, which are approved by the district. So we'll review them and then approve them. And any unused allowance money returns back to the program budget. The district currently is carrying a construction contingency of $1,895,428 within the Elkhorn modernization budget. This contingency will be used to fund XL's amendment. There is no impact to any other projects or district general fund. Any unused portions of the contingency will be returned back to the Measure Z bond program. Administration recommends approval of the change order 1 with XL Construction for Elkhorn Village modernization for $357,608.69. This will bring the total contract amount with XL Construction to $55,648,054.69, and this will be paid through Measure Z funds.
All right. Are there any public comments?
None received.
Are there any comments from my fellow trustees?
I just have a question on the contingency for the subcontractor for the accelerated efforts. So we're not adding or getting new subcontractors for the acceleration. We're using our existing, whoever's performing the work
Yeah,
for that?
Yeah, so like for instance, B building, because A and B right now, the office and the NPR, that's really the big rush right now. So the drywall subcontractor is bringing on more staff. The electrical subcontractor brought on more staff to do the rough-in on electrical. So yeah, they're not adding more subcontractors. They're adding more work, or workers, I should say.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay. I'm excited it's getting done sooner, right?
Yes.
And more people doing more of the hammering and the nailing and the drywall, it's going to get done faster.
All of it.
All right. I have
I'll
a
move.
motion from Clerk Hunt.
I'll second.
Second from Trustee Kirby Gonzalez. All in favor?
Aye.
And I too say aye. All right. Moving on to the approval of the contract with J.B. Bostic Company for the River City High School Tennis Court Project. Daniel Gondara, welcome back.
So tonight we bring you the agreement with JB Bostic for construction services for the River City High School Tennis Court Project. So as part of the district's deferred maintenance plan and facility evaluations, the tennis court has not been fully resurfaced since 2009, resulting in significant cracking and surface displacement, resulting in safety concerns. The scope of this project will include a full subgrade preparation, which will include lime treatment, new striping, nets, and benches. The Facilities Department initiated a formal bidding process and received 7 contractor bids. Administration recommends approval of the agreement with JB Bostic Company as the lowest responsible bidder. The total contract amount is $935,426, which will be paid through the Deferred Maintenance Fund. Upon completion of the project, the Facilities Department will complete a final change order and bring for the board's approval, in which, at that time, the district will then bill the city of West Sacramento 50% of the project costs, because this is a joint use project.
Okay. Are there any public comments?
None received.
Any comments or questions from my fellow trustees?
I just have one question. Thank you for sharing that. In terms of our MOU, and I don't remember, but in terms of the work with the city, does that mean that they're aware that this is coming? They will be billed 50%, so.
Yeah, we have standing meetings, seems more than quarterly, but we talk frequently, and they're well aware of, I actually sent them the plans when we got it, the estimate, the engineer's estimate, so they're aware of it, yes.
Perfect. Right. Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
And they know they're going to pay 50%.
Yes, they do.
I think that's a direct question.
Yes, they do.
All right, so moved.
Moved by Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Second.
Second by Trustee Wong. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I too say aye. And now approval of the contract with GSP Painting Inc. for the Riverbank K-8 School Exterior Preparation and Painting Project. Gondara.
So tonight we bring you the agreement with GSP Painting for the painting services for Riverbank K-8 exterior preparation and painting project. So again, as part of the 2019 Deferred Maintenance Plan, the Facilities Department identified the need for new paint and exterior repairs at Riverbank K-8. So the Facilities Department used the informal bidding process and received 7 bids for the project. Administration recommends approval of the agreement with GSP for the lowest responsible bidder. The total contract amount is $142,000, which will be paid through the Deferred Maintenance Fund.
All right, are there any public comments?
None received.
Are there any comments or questions from my fellow trustees? No? All right, do I have a motion?
I move.
Moved by Trustee Wong,
I'll second.
second by Clerk Hunt. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I too say aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, approval of California Adventure Camp for summer camp programs. Autry Street.
Hello again. This item, I think, normally would have been under consent, but we have it under action because it's less than 100,000. I'm sorry, that was my bad. But we're seeking approval to approve the agreement between Washington Unified School District and California Adventure Camps for the Ninja Warrior Obstacle Course for this year's ELOP Summer Camp. This enrichment opportunity will be open to all of our TK through 8th grade students who will participate in this year's summer camp. And the fiscal impact is $85,000 funded by our Expanded Learning Opportunity Program grant.
All right, are there any public comments?
None received.
Any comments or questions from my fellow trustees? Go ahead.
It's been very fun. I like to think that I'm strong until I get on this course, and then it's very hard. And I need to be like pushed up the, ramp that you read up. But my only comment would be, I know this would typically be on consent. We've done it before. It comes through the ELOP money. It's different. But I just want to make a statement that for the past 2 years, there's an additional time when they've like opened it up to staff and others to come. And it just seems really underutilized. We're spending a lot of money. And I think last time it was like me and my daughter, and there was almost no one there. And so if we have that time that we figure out well, and since it's well in advance, we have time, how do we utilize that? How do we maybe work with the city, work with other partners, just to utilize that specific time? I know it's being used by programs all day long, but if we're gonna have and pay for this and have additional open community time, we really wanna make sure that it's used.
Thank you.
All right. Well, on that, do I have a motion? I'll move. Moved by Clerk Hunt.
I'll second.
Second by Trustee Wong. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
And I too say aye. And 6-7 has been moved on.
Hey, I have to, you guys.
That's
All right.
2025, my daughter said.
Well, I'm in 2026. And right, moving on to board governance. Approval revised administrative regulation number 5142.2 Safe Routes to School program. Autry Streak.
Q1, are we on Q1?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we are here to discuss AR 5142.2 Safe Routes to School program, some updated revisions, and Dr. Jay Burns will lead us in this item.
Okay, and to clarify, this is administrative regulation. We're bringing it to you for more of an informational on the administrative regulations. So if you look at this, I broke it down. If you look at your policy 5142.2, Safe Routes to School, and you start looking in, I want to show you what's highlighted and what the changes are. So it's going to talk about related to the use of electric or motorized and non-motorized, you'll see in the red. That's the key today that we're talking about, e-bikes, e-scooters. So if you look at the key changes, I will highlight some for you. So when it talks about education related to the use of electric or motorized and non-motorized bicycles or scooters, including instruction provided by local law enforcement organization, specified in education code, and right there. So that's one key change to the policy.
Is that our safety instruction will include
Yes,
topics such as
correct.
e-bikes, proper use of e-bikes, et cetera.
Yep. It talks about instructing students about what we're going to do, pedestrian, bicycle, and personal safety. And then it expands on it to e-bikes. The next part is we've defined in there the definition. Okay, definitions of electric bicycle classification. You've got a class 1 electric bicycle, got a class 2 electric bicycle. So it's clarified for you in the policy. So when we call it out in a moment, you know exactly what we're talking about. And then we wanted to add in elementary and middle school students are prohibited from operating or storing electronic scooters or class 2 electric bicycles on district campuses. Okay? Do you need
Are you
clarification?
electric or electronic? I mean, is it intentional that it's electronic versus electric?
It should say electric. Thank
Electric,
you.
my apologies.
And so there, I mean, I was going to point out other typos, but I can finish.
Okay? And then we want to add in, so we said, yes, you say electrics, my apologies. Add only Class 1 pedal assist electric bicycles and non-motorized scooters may be brought onto and stored on elementary and middle school campuses in designated areas as determined by the principal or designee. And then we're going to add in, students who violate these provisions may be subject to disciplinary action consistent with board policy, administrative regulation, and applicable provisions of the California Education Code. Those are the key changes on this policy.
The other typos, you say guardians twice, by the way, throughout.
Okay.
You had guardians before, and then you do ed rights holder / guardians. You've already said guardians before in that sentence throughout.
Okay.
Oh, I see.
I see what you.
4A.
Throughout.
All
Actually,
throughout.
every time you
Okay.
have guardians, you've already said guardians.
Because it
in that
says
sentence
escorted by
before.
parents, guardians, caregivers,
Yeah.
foster parents,
Thank
and
you.
educational right holders / guardians.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, you've already said guardians early in that sentence.
Perfect. Thank you for catching that. Okay. And those are the key changes. Okay. Any recommendations, thoughts?
I'm glad we're doing it.
Yeah, it's a hot topic across, like, all around
Everywhere.
different cities, and I'm seeing it happen at every other districts. So I'm glad we're getting ahead and just doing the updates so that everybody's aware. It's set here and there's no questions.
And similar to the communication strategy that we used for our cell phone policy, we're planning to coordinate with Yorgos to do the same for this one, as soon as it's adopted.
And this is just probably a semantics thing. What's the difference between education and information? You changed that out.
When we went, I'm trying to recall why we did that during the policy committee, why we changed it out, but that was a recommendation through the policy committee.
I think
Yeah.
because of the driver's ed connotation.
Okay.
I think that's where it came from.
Yeah, I'm trying to look back.
So this just was more broad, driver safety information.
Was wondering. Like versus educating students versus giving them a pamphlet. Like education
Right.
requires more, in my mind, more kind of engagement versus like, here's a pamphlet.
Yeah, no, and my brain's wrapping around it, and I'm thinking,
And I'm looking at it as like offering driver safety education, meaning we would have to probably have a curriculum or a class in order to have that.
And this section leads with education activities.
Right.
And then it gives some examples, A, B, and C.
Yeah. It's why I'm asking for the clarification, because it does lead with education activities, and then for me, it's a step, information's a step backward from actual educating somebody or understanding.
So is the recommendation to unstrike education and
I'm looking for
omit
those who are on the policy
information?
committees to better
We-
understand, yeah.
Exactly to the point that was said is what I remember as well, why we changed it. But not that we can't be open, that's why it's here for the discussion of the board. I don't feel strongly either way. I don't know how others feel.
We could
or
say
President Coffey.
education and information. I'm sorry.
We could do that.
okay, so education and information. Okay.
Can I ask a question just on process, which, because we talked about how that some of the AR would not come before the board, but it is up for adoption. And so we had shared some of this last meeting, and we talked through this, because I thought maybe it wasn't coming to us. And I think it is good that it does, because this hits on really, a lot with our families. It is a hot topic. But can you just remind me on process, AR versus board policy in terms of coming to us typically?
Yeah, totally. I can jump in. My understanding is board policy is voted on by the trustees. Administrative regulation, we really bring it in as this is informational. Administrative regulation is how we do it, like how we're going to enact it as a district. Board policy is the overarching understanding, and it's not the full guidance, right? Administrative regulation breaks it down, so that's expected of school district to implement. I hope I made that clear.
So that might be good for like our board handbook. I don't know if it's in there, but just to call that out very clear for us maybe in the future. Maybe it doesn't need to say approve in this way. It could say information or. And then my only input with this, because we have talked about it, I'm on the subcommittee, but is that this communication is joint with the police department, because truly they can be, giving citations and ticketing for this. And I think it's really important that it is joint communication so that our families also understand the weight of this. If you break this policy and send your child on a bike, what that could mean. My understanding is there was a law enforcement agency, not in our city, somewhere else, but the parent had been warned multiple times about their child on an e-bike. A pedestrian was killed and the parent is being charged. And so I just want to state that because we have had in Davis and other surrounding communities, I mean, these can be very, very dangerous. And so I just want to make sure that there's that kind of weight of families understanding it too, of the why behind it. And I think that is important. So.
And I've seen students come to the high school, and I've always been concerned.
And there's,
they're I'm not saying they're reckless, but
It's really scary.
reckless.
Yeah, it can be. And for their safety. So.
And there's currently bill right now that is a class 2 electric bikes will most likely have to be registered with the DMV because of the speed that they go at.
Classifications.
Okay. So there is lots going on with these types of vehicles. I don't know. Motorized modes of transportation. All right.
If I could just add clarification to the question about board policy and administrative regulations. Board policies do need to be adopted. ARs do not.
Yes.
So it really is just clarification for us, what your preference is. Do you want us to continue to bring ARs to the meeting or just the board policies?
I think historical practice over the 10 years has been that we do both for transparency, so people, because the board policy is usually 30,000 foot level and our public wants to know the details. Oftentimes they're not going into, so if we're reviewing it here, they'll pull it up and they'll see our discussions. Not that, again, superintendents can actually modify them without them. I think it's just been just a best practice to do both. I don't know if we have to actually vote on the AR, but it's good just, I think what you said, Sarah, and not just this, I think anything else, because bullying, whatever, I think the parents have always said, like, okay, the BP doesn't say anything, how are you really implementing? And it's more for transparency about, and you can always modify as a superintendent, or the cabinet can, through the, let us know, but I think it's for the transparency and conversation, because I think a lot of us get the questions about specific implementation. But I don't know how others feel.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay. And then maybe we can call that out too then in our handbook, just so it's very clear, like on practice, so that we stay consistent with that.
It's a best practice.
So in this case, we don't have to vote on it. We're giving you guys all of our.
Well, it's on our agenda though to approve.
To vote,
So we approve. Okay.
We don't
But
have
we
to,
don't
but
have
as a
to. But that's what I'm saying. We don't have to. But even though it is on our agenda
As approval.
as an approval, well, we approve to put this in. You guys go ahead and make the way you want to make it. All right. So what are we doing? Motion?
I'll make a motion to approve with the omission of the repeated guardians and the change from electronic scooters to electric.
Yes.
And the addition of education and information with our driver safety.
We've noted the same.
All right.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Aye, second?
So moved by trustee Kirby Gonzalez, second by clerk Hunt. All in favor?
Aye.
I too say aye. On to the next. Approve revised administrative regulations, suspension and expulsion due process. Welcome back.
Thank you. And again, this is the AR, but the board policy is the next item.
Yes.
Okay. And so Dr. Burns will lead us in this one as well.
So there's some changes in here that have come down, and there's some key changes that I want to identify. Okay, one of the key ones is having to do with off-campus conduct. Off-campus behavior may result in student discipline when it causes, and then I don't want to read the whole iteration to you, but where you see it is, or it is reasonably likely to cause a material and substantial disruption. So that's a major change in there, highlighted in red. Okay? The next one talks about expulsion notification and educational referral requirements. It's an addition. Before an expulsion order is finalized, the governing board shall notify the student and the student's parents, guardians, caregivers, foster parents, and their educational rights holders as applicable of the educational options available. Talking about educational options when they're expelled. Where can they go to school? Okay. Now the next one is a removal. Okay. On a case-by-case basis, student board members consistent with Board Bylaw 9150 may provide input. This was deleted. This is deleted out. And then the next one's an addition. I want to call these out so you're aware. Preschool, early childhood expulsion protections. No student enrolled in a district preschool or early childhood education program shall be expelled or involuntarily unenrolled. Okay? I want to call that out, especially as we are having more preschool campus classes on campuses. Okay. This is, oh, wait, I'm sorry, I'm looking at policy. My apologies.
Yeah, you were in policy, but I was like.
I'm sorry, I jumped around.
I'm like, wait a minute, okay.
Okay, let's back up. Can you rewind?
But we were following what you were putting down.
You were liking it. You were
So
liking-
we're going to
Yeah.
move to the AR.
I'm sorry, my apologies.
AR 5144.1.
Okay, so we're,
sorry, Jay.
no, we're good. This one is a little heftier, right, on the AR? Because now we're going to get into some verbiage, definitions related to electronic bullying. If you notice, and we went into this with our attorney as well, with our legal counsel. Burn page, and it talks about what a burn page is. Credible impersonation, what that means. False profile, what that refers to. What an electronic act is.
And these are all on page 3.
Correct. Thank you. And then add, when a student has been suspended or other means of correction have been implemented against the student, and it talks about for an incident of racist, bullying, harassment, or intimidation, the principal designee may, as appropriate, engage both the victim or perpetrator in, here's the key wording, restorative justice practice suitable to the needs of the students. They're calling out restorative practices, okay? And then here's the next one. They're calling out, a student may not be suspended or expelled for disruption or willful defiance, okay? Teacher referral authority. A teacher may also refer a student for any of the acts specified in Education 48900, okay? Documentation, they talk about documentation here. When other means of correction are implemented prior to imposing a suspension or supervised suspension upon a student, the superintendent, principal, or designee shall document the other means of correction. They're calling out other means of correction, alternatives to suspension. And then they're talking about educational referral following expulsion. Once again, no later than 3 days after expulsion, the governing board shall complete the initial referral of the student for enrollment in an educational program. Okay? Rehabilitation plan readmission requirements. These are major changes here. The readmission requirement. At the time of the expulsion order, the governing board shall recommend a plan for the student's rehabilitation. The rehabilitation plan may include periodic review, a preliminary assessment for readmission at least 45 days, and we're doing that already. So with our students who have been expelled and attending Cesar Chavez, we've been sending out progress reports to Cesar Chavez staff once a month, and they're giving us progress on grades, behavior, attendance, counseling, even transportation on the bus, because they're on the bus. And then 45 days before they're coming back, we've been notifying the parents, reaching out, and setting up meetings, for example, at the high school, to say, what does reintegration look like? What does reentry look like? All those kind of things. And then here's the key part. The plan shall be tailored to the individual student needs. No more boilerplate expulsion rehabilitation plans. Address the behavior that led to the expulsion, write those things in. Here's another big piece. In developing and reviewing the rehabilitation plan, the governing board shall ensure the student is assisted in accessing necessary opportunities to complete the plan. Can't set them up with a plan that they cannot complete. Okay, expanded readmission procedures at the time of expulsion. The district shall provide the student and parents, guardians, caregivers, foster parents with a written rehabilitation plan. We've been doing that in the past, but you're calling it out. What does that rehabilitation plan look like? Including conditions for readmission timelines. A lot of this we've done in the past, but now it's called out. And then it talks about the superintendent and designee shall monitor student progress toward completion of rehabilitation plan. That's what I was talking about. Monthly feedback from the community school. The student shall receive support in locating opportunities necessary to complete the rehabilitation plan. So if you're going to put them on community service, you have to set them up to be successful and have community service. Okay? Okay, next is upon ordering expulsion, the governing board shall set a date for review of the student's readmission no later than 45 calendar days before the end of the expulsion. So this is already in place for those kids who are expelled through the last day of school. We've been reaching out to the families, talking with the families, coming up with a plan for them to return. For those who aren't going to be returning because it's extended, then they've been notified this is going to be extended another semester because of X, Y, and Z. Okay? The governing board may deny readmission only if it finds the student has not substantially met the conditions of the rehabilitation plan. And then it calls it out, right? Okay, the governing board should not deny readmission based solely on inability to complete the rehabilitation plan. It says that again. We have to set them up for success. Right, due to financial, transportation, or barriers. So we got to set them up for success. Don't put something in there that they can't achieve. Additional expulsion outcome data monitoring. We have to, it calls out monitoring the data in here. So we have to maintain additional outcome data, including the number of students recommended for expulsion, the grounds, and we've been good about that, but now it's calling it out. And then those are the key components that they talk about here, and that's the administrative regulation. Questions?
I just have one.
Yeah.
Thanks for making these updates. They're really meaningful additions. I know the majority of this AR is done at, well, maybe the last half is done at like your level, but how, just on process, what's the process to notify our staff that these additions or changes have been made?
You know, it's an interesting thought right there, because as of right now, we've been spending a lot of time with
It turned off again.
Green light.
There you go.
Yeah, we've been working with the county and other student services people, and we're constantly having these discussions now. That's a good discussion. We haven't broken this down for the rest of our staff to say what the key changes are. And as I think about expulsions, I don't know how many staff members realize what goes into a stipulated expulsion or an expulsion order in general, not just a stipulated or a panel expulsion, but what goes in there and what that rehabilitation plan looks like. Because we have constant discussions with staff members who think, why is this student back? And you're like, well, the most we can expel is either for the remainder of the semester and the following semester or up to 1 calendar year, depending on what happened, and they have a right to return to our district. So you're right. That's good to call out the importance of educating our people.
And just to add to that, typically whenever there's a change in policy or practice or process, it's something that we would train, in this case, principals and assistant principals on in either a principal meeting, a monthly principal meeting, or in our quarterly ed leadership meetings where we have principals and assistant principals in the room, and then providing them with some training materials, a handful of slides with a handout, something that they can use to then share those updates with their own site-based staff.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's the typical process for training.
Okay. Yeah, you know, because at the top of this, I knew there was something in here that made me think of that. You know, we talk about the cyberbullying or the burn pages and things like that. And this is all now new, right, that we can act on those types of offenses. So I think it would be important to make sure our teachers and staff touching the kids every day know that these updates have been made.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
And just for clarification, we are updating this because the law has changed and requires this,
Correct.
right? I'm not sure if
Yes.
that was at the top of the.
Yeah,
the-
we put it in the reverse order on the agenda, so that would have been part of the conversation. And it was part of the conversation in the policy subcommittee meeting, yes.
And especially the cyber stuff is very complicated and the responsibility of the school district, because we could be held liable if we don't do this, right? Then, like, it's not just about information, it's like, we're actually liable. If something like this happens and something happens to a student, where they're bullied and they die by suicide or they hurt themselves, so. It's, I think I'm curious to know how we are going to fully implement this.
I know, yeah, that was my same question is, okay, we have this, but then what's the process? Say it happens, right? And then do we have a clear path of, okay, this is serious, we gotta, like, what's the standard on that? Like, I don't know. I don't, like, when let's say somebody says, okay, I'm being bullied online. Is it, like, what do? They just report it to their admin, and then
How do you
like
investigate?
I would imagine there's a lot of that going on, right?
There is. Bullying, for example, is huge, right? And it's
Yeah.
inappropriate, but it's huge. We deal with it constantly. We're constantly looking at our suspected bullying policy and procedures, and that's what I'm always guiding them back to. And then guiding them back to what is our administrative regulation and board policy. So when I meet with a family too, real quick, but a lot of times it may not be bullying, but something's going on. So we don't want to lessen what's happening, but we also want to go back to the board policy, administrative regulation, suspected bullying laws, California laws, all those kind of things. You have federal interpretation of what bullying is, and then we clarify that for people.
It almost feels like you need your own, it needs its own, like, dedicated
And so,
person to, I mean,
Implement.
yeah. Like, I don't know, it's just my, like, I hear it all the time.
And to answer your question about what is a child or what is a student or what is a parent to do, the first thing is to report it, is to treat what the child is saying to you as truth and report it. We always encourage them to report it to the person closest to the student, so someone at the school site, but report it so that it can be addressed according to our policies and administrative regulations.
So I really want to call out the new stuff that was referenced for the bullying piece for the electronics. Specifically, it's being called out, the burn page, and what that means. It's specifically calling out credible impersonation, like creating a false profile. And it states here specifically, an electronic act is not considered pervasive conduct solely on the basis that it has been transmitted to the internet or is currently posted on their internet. So just because a kid posts, I didn't like what so-and-so did to me today, this is what happened, isn't necessarily the act of being a bully. It's the other pieces, the false profile, it's the impersonating, it's the burn page. Those are that's what's being called out specifically for suspensions and expulsions, specifically for this piece. So it's not that we're not talking about bullying in the sense of somebody's posted something mean and I feel like I'm being bullied. Yes, go to admin, go to a teacher, go to somebody you feel is safe to. But when it comes to expelling or suspension, we're calling out specific pieces. And I really wanted to make sure that was clear.
That's a good point, right? Because there's a whole nother policy in AR specifically on bullying.
Right.
And this is
Specifically
for
to
suspension and
expulsion.
And usually, for an act or for conduct to be considered bullying, it has to either be really egregious or pervasive or both. But usually it's, to your point, Trustee Coffey, about just because it's posted on the internet doesn't necessarily automatically means that it's bullying. So there's other information that has to be looked into for that.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, this policy includes bullying that's not electronic. So like the discussion is is fair, and we're not talking about just amendments. If you're bringing this before us, the concept of bullying is larger than just that what was called out, because it's enumerated in items number 17 here.
Absolutely.
Right, even though we didn't amend it. So I think, I share with Dr. Hildreth that I'll make a comment at the end about like, how are we addressing bullying? Because I personally had a lot of parents, several parents reach out to me about like, how are we monitoring bullying? How are we addressing bullying? And it's a very hard thing to identify, right? So I just don't want to sweep it on the rug. When I first came on the board 10 years ago, it was a big thing. We've got, COVID, all that. We've changed, but there was a trustee who was always bringing it up because it was pervasive, right? And it's still pervasive. So I think it's a valid discussion now since the policy is before us.
And we definitely want to utilize our resources and focus our efforts next year in really spending some time educating staff, students, and families around prevention, number one, but also in responding to it. So we recognize that it is a need.
But also, like, in addition, you can be suspended and expelled, right? Like the whole, like the electric bike thing, that it is severe enough and we take it seriously enough that this is actually a violation. These board policies and errors have the force of law.
Right, we started looking at Title IX, we started looking at all those things like you're talking about. Look at the next paragraph right below what you're looking at. When a student has been suspended or other means of correction, they're calling out other means of correction, have been implemented against a student for an incident of racist bullying, harassment, or intimidation, the principal or designee may, as appropriate, engage both the victim and perpetrator in a restorative justice practice suitable to the needs of the students too. They're really calling it out and trying to encourage us to educate and change behaviors and not repeat. So that's what I like. And to clarify on bullying, pervasive, overtime, imbalance of power, we have those talks, but that doesn't I don't want a parent to think that means something didn't happen. It might not be under the definition of bullying, but something happened and that needs to be addressed. And that behavior needs to be changed. We have to be clear about that too.
And what I would add to the conversation is how, in response to what we are doing, it is about the culture and the climate of our district and of our schools. And it goes back to the data that we look at in our SEL surveys and in the presentation when we looked at our strategic plan and our portrait of a graduate, which has empathetic citizens, that you're respecting others. The lessons that the SEL team is providing for teachers to use in the classroom to have these conversations about how do we treat each other, like starting in TK, starting in kindergarten, making the I can statements that Rosie and Autry talked about are making the portrait of a graduate. How do you treat people in student-friendly language? So it is trying to ensure that we are not only teaching our kids the academics, but we're focusing on how to treat each other, how to treat, what does that feel like, restorative justice? Why are we seeking grants? We have the REACH grant for Elkhorn. We have the restorative practices grant for $100,000 because we know that these are things that are real issues in our schools, and it's going to take not just, we can't suspend the problem away. We have to have alternatives to suspension, and starting in making it part of your everyday classroom conversations is part of that path.
And I can appreciate that it doesn't have to get to severe and pervasive. Right,
Correct.
that's not, the goal is not to wait till it's severe and pervasive. But I also think that if there are adults on campus who think, oh, like just sweep it on the rug, it's not a big deal, and we all have heard that, right? That staff are like, oh, like I grew up, whatever. So that it doesn't have to get to severe and pervasive, but I think there is accountability. in regards to like what this means for kids and the adults on campus and how we treat one another, right? To your point, because kids are watching. Kids are watching. Anyways, so, sorry, I didn't mean to kind of go on a tangent, but it was just, it is an implementation thing of like, it's hard to implement. Like, how do you monitor the electronic side of it too?
And I think, President Coffey, that's really where, our families come in as well. And I was on one of our campuses last week, and I listened to a group of parents talk about an Instagram page that was targeting a staff member in our district. And so our parents too, it goes with, we have policy on human dignity. And so this is work that we all do in our community. So thank you for all the work you do in our schools, investigating all this, doing this. It is also our charge to do this work in our community outside of our schools, and what our students see as modeled, and, talking to the adults and saying, that's really inappropriate. There's other avenues to deal with concerns or questions. And so it really is all of our charge, is that the whole community, whoever's watching, we need your help on this, because these are things that are happening, and we see the harassment and pieces online against adults as well. We want to have our kids do better, and so.
Yeah, this is a lot of information, so thank you to the subcommittee, but yeah, it's easier said than done, and wanting to get the whole community to get engaged when some of the people don't even want to engage.
Yeah.
So to have the conversation and to bring it up is important to me. And my needs are valid. My constituents, their concerns and them being bullied and being in a neighborhood where it goes unchecked by some community members, because at home, the family can't, that's not how they raise their children. So it's a bigger issue.
Yep.
And you're right, it's a community thing, but you can't address it if others' parents don't want to address it.
Sure.
That's real life. That's what I've been exposed to, so thank you for the hard work on all of it.
Thank you, guys. All right.
I guess you need a motion to approve.
I do.
I move.
I heard moved by trustee Wong, seconded by, I think it was Vice President Castro?
Yep.
All in favor?
Aye.
And I too say aye. And now we're moving on to the approved revised board policy number 5144.1, suspension and expulsion due process. This is the policy part.
Yes, so, ready?
Yes, I am. I guess I got excited like trustee Gonzalez did before, and I jumped ahead.
Just try to be another overachiever.
Right, yeah. I want to be an overachiever. So now we're talking about off-campus conduct is the key one on this. Off-campus behavior may result in student discipline. And I'm not going to read it to you again because I did before, but it's defined out for you what it means by off-campus. The next one is that we talked about the educational referral requirements, that before the expulsion is finalized, the governing board shall notify the students, parents, guardians, caregivers, of where they're going to go to school, basically, right? Where they can go. As applicable, no later than 3 days after the expulsion. What are their available options? Removal of a student on a case-by-case basis. This is going to be, we want this removed. This statement here, on a case-by-case basis, student board members, consistent, and we were concerned because it says student board members, calls it right out. Then the next one we want to call out, no student enrolled in a district preschool or early childhood education program shall be expelled or involuntarily unenrolled. The next one after that, we talk about the rehabilitation plan, what it means. The governing board shall ensure the rehabilitation plan is developed for any student it expels and the students provide an opportunity for readmission. We're not just doing a boilerplate again, calling it out. And then the next part is maintenance of the outcome data. We got to keep that data, and we have to look at it yearly, and it comes down to different things. Additional outcome data maintained shall include the number of students recommended for expulsion, the grounds for each recommended expulsion, and all these kind of things. Some student groups that we added in, students experiencing homelessness, right? Families in transition, long-term English learners. We see that on a lot of our dashboards and our LTELs. And then the last thing we asked to add in The governing board shall review discipline data to identify and address disparities in discipline practices.
Wow.
Disproportionalities, groups.
All right. Any public comments?
None received?
Any from my fellow trustees?
No. I went through the detailed AR already,
Yeah,
so.
very good. All right, I'll move. Moved by Clerk Hunt,
Second?
second by Trustee Wong. All in favor?
Aye.
I too say aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now we are on the approved revised board bylaws number 9250, remuneration, reimbursement, and other benefits, including the addition of exhibit 9250-E1. Jay Borges.
I told you I'd be back. 4 hours later, here I am.
Welcome back.
So at the sub-policy committee meeting we had on April 17th, we looked at AB 1390, which updates parameters regarding ADA, average daily attendance, and how those revisions affected board bylaws 9250. So through that, sorry, I've lost my place and I'm tired. We had the first read that night. We looked at changing the language as you look at the actual board policy. Taking out where it's normally said the compensation of $252, changing that to say the maximum monthly compensation as provided in education code. So what the new AB 1390 is doing is based on ADA, boards are allowed to change their compensation based on the ADA of the school district. And so by writing it this way, if the school district's ADA changed and jumped to a different category or dropped, then we would follow that compliance within AB 1390. Trying to go back and forth between board law and AB is a little tricky right now. So that was the one change you'll see on that. If you flip to the second page of the bylaw, you also see that there was a slight change based on CSBA language in regards to former board members being able to access health and wellness benefits once they're done. So that was just updated language there. Additionally, you will see an exhibit that is now accompanying this. This exhibit is a resolution for board compensation during missed meetings for trustees. So this is something that would be, the Board of Trustees would agree upon as far as when that would take place, and it would have to happen in open session and take votes to determine if a board member missed a meeting, there would be compensation withdrawn from that monthly amount. The financial income for this impact is $57,000 annually, and what that is the increased cost based on what was currently provided, and then what the new cost would be. And the subcommittee also asked to have, the recommendation was to retro this back starting to January of 2026. The reasoning for that was an alignment of when new trustees would come in each term. So if a new trustee was elected in, their new term would start in January, so it kind of followed that process. So that was the recommendation by the subcommittee. So I am here for questions, comments.
Any public comments?
None received?
Any from my fellow trustees? No?
I will if nobody else does, if nobody wants to say anything. Okay. I've seen other boards approve this and no one say anything, and I think it's important somebody does, so I'm going to. And I'll just share that when I was first selected on this board, I had a toddler, a 1.5-year-old, and my husband worked opposite shifts from me. And so to come to a board meeting, I would have my dad or my stepdad or my mom would go to the house and they'd be with my daughter, and then I could come to the board meetings. And that happened for years. And then later I had a baby. I held her right here, I think in this seat at 10 days old. And same thing, I was able to have, my parents come, family come, and whatnot. I also was fortunate to work 80% for 10 years so that I could have this time and to be dedicated to board service. And I had felt at the time we had not done increases very often at all. Every few years, maybe we had done a $20 increase or something, because the law would only allow that. And I had always felt, well, this is public service. It's a sacrifice. It's public service. That's why we do it. It's because this is what I care about. I care about public education. I care about our community. I know all of our trustees do. And so I had always thought about it kind of from that lens. But I hadn't really thought about it from the lens of how much privilege I had. And so, and I had a lot of privilege because I didn't have a single income, and I was able to work that 80%. I was able to take a 20% pay cut as a teacher. And it wasn't easy, but I was able to do it. But the few times that I didn't have anybody to come to the house to watch my girls and I had to pay for a babysitter to come here, do you know how hard it is to pay for a babysitter when you don't know when your meeting's going to end? It's not like when you go out, and you say, we'll be back, at 9:30 and you race back to get there. I might be back at 10, I might be back at 1 a.m. And that is really, really expensive. It's like the most expensive childcare there is. And so I say this because I think it's important to call out that I just hadn't thought about it as a place of privilege, really, that I had family that could help me. And I don't want any seat to ever be held because you have the privilege of being able to afford to be here or having somebody to help with your kids, because this, of course, it's a place of service. Of course, it's really important work that we do. But I don't want a seat to ever be blocked out where somebody thinks that they can't run because it's such a barrier, because it is a huge time commitment and it is a barrier. And so I thought it was important to call that out because it does look different here, and I didn't want it to go without saying anything. Yeah. And so the law, as we know, has changed. The recommendation goes with them when the law was in effect, but that's my reasoning and thought as how things have changed, and I've evolved in that time of never approving this to being open to these places now.
Well, thank you, Trustee Gonzalez. I think that's right, and it's not just the regular board meetings that you see on YouTube. There are so many more, the subcommittees that we all talk about, the folks are working on, the special board meetings that are not televised. Like, there's actually not just the regular board meetings that, many of us, majority of us always show up, that people don't see. And you don't want it to be bears to voices of people who can't, like to your point, say, I can't do this because XYZ things. Because I think elected office often has also, it's been a struggle. At one point, all the trustees here, that we were all, majority of us, super majority of us, were single income, right? Holding down our families and trying to make those sacrifices, but still showing up to not just regular board meetings, but all the other things and the events and all of that. And so I think I agree with you, and we will still do it in public service regardless of this. And so it's thank you for opening that opportunity, because it is weird to say we're just doing this, but there's reason and purpose, because it does the compensation we had probably kept people from wanting to share their voices here. Yeah.
Oh no, I just want to add, I'm speaking from a place of not having privilege as a single mother, and this was last reviewed in 2013. This has been a long time to even have discussion or talk about the compensation. But I mean, when you break it down, I mean, for me, a single mom, one income, having children, taking care of children, taking the time off from work, not just, again, the board meetings, but the community engagements, the award ceremonies, the subcommittees that we serve on. I mean, it's a lot, and I don't get compensated for that, for taking time off from my work. I'll have to use vacation, I'll have to use PTO. I'm tapped out. And, we don't, well, not me, and I don't think anybody else here is serving to become rich or anything like that, right? Like, let's just be real. It's a lot of work when you're really, truly invested in the students that we're serving. So thank you for saying that, because it's true. it was very hard. And I feel like we all put in the effort to do our best in serving. So those are just my comments, and I don't know who else.
We'll have more, but before we do, we have 4 minutes before 10, so I would like to go ahead and motion to move past 10 o'clock.
Motion.
You
Or
motion?
you all.
I motion,
Second.
you second. All in favor?
Aye.
I too say aye. And now you can proceed with more comments.
I'm sorry, who seconded?
Me.
Sorry, I said first, she second. She being Castro.
Half the time I'm listening and not looking.
Sorry.
I just echo what the rest of the trustees have shared, and I think Vanessa pointed out a really good point about the last time this was updated was over 10 years ago, but also the reason for this is because there was a new law that went into effect in January that we feel is important to align to for the future of the district and future trustees, so.
In addition to, this was something that was adopted in 2013, we also had the piece of, missing board meetings, and that wasn't something that was really done and really taken seriously because, not to put it under, but it was like, oh, $200 or so, that's fine, I will miss a meeting. But now that it's going to be a lot more, we will be held accountable to ensure that we are present, and if we're not present, then we don't get paid. And that is where that resolution on board compensation for missed meetings is going to be very, very important. So we are expected to be here, and I do believe that we will need to also go into our board governance meetings or have something that talks about virtual meetings, because we shouldn't be having as many, because it can be disruptive on so many different levels, whether it's the technology or can't hear. It's just a different type of dynamics. So I hear my fellow trustees, yes, it is hard. I actually did the math the very first year because I was told, and I'm going to say it, that it was only 2 meetings that I would have to do a month, maybe.
I've been there. Me too.
And that was a lie. And so that first year, I was like, wait a minute, I'm on this committee, and I was like, okay, I definitely overdid what I thought, and so I got off of that. And then I did the hours, and I'm like, I'm this many hours. I'm not kidding. I went through it, and I was like, I'm getting paid than what I did when I was 12 years old as a babysitter. Like less than $5 an hour. That's what I was
Less
like.
than the babysitter I was trying to pay that I couldn't afford.
But the point is, like, we do put a lot of time and a lot of hours. It's not just the meetings, it's also the prep work that we're researching, we're looking at things. And if we're really, and I feel this board really is serious about putting in the work on the off hours, like, we do that. And we're hoping that our community sees that. So this isn't just something that we are, just because we feel, no, we're following law. We're sticking with the times, and we are going to be holding ourselves accountable by making sure that we're present. So that is pretty much what I have to say. And also, I know that normally we would do a first read and a second read, but I'd like to, per board bylaw 9310, I propose the board policies are presented for a first reading at a public board meeting, with action typically taken at a second reading. However, the board may waive the second reading when appropriate. And at this time, I am requesting a motion and a vote of the board of the trustees to waive the second reading and proceed with action on the proposed policy.
It's agendized as approval, so
I assume that, I suppose that's sufficient.
Yeah, so that's why I'm asking.
It's not agendized as first read. Yeah, I'm like, I think it's agendized as approval.
So moved.
I'll second.
All right, moved by trustee Kirby Gonzalez, second by clerk Hunt, and all in favor?
Aye.
And I too say aye.
And I will share, just because I want you all to know that once this was posted, I did receive favorable feedback from others about that you deserve this, so.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, and now we are moving on to our board and superintendent comments. Dr. Hildreth.
Thank you, President Coffey. I just want to start out by thanking the members of the Masonic Lodge for this annual Bright Spot at this time of the year. We could see the excitement of the kids and their families for this type of acknowledgement. You know, you want your children to be good students and know that they're representing the family name when they go to school, but you're never quite sure outside of the report cards if that is actually happening. So to have these kinds of public acknowledgement, and as a parent, I see you. Like, that's bringing you joy to know that what you talk about in your home and how you want your children to be children of good character and good people, they're showing that, and the school community and and the staff is recognizing them. So that's just so wonderful, and just grateful for the types of community partners that we have, who in the Masonic Lodge, we have the Rotary, so many partners who want to do good things for our students. So just wanted to acknowledge and give another level of appreciation. I will always continue at each meeting to thank our labor partners for ongoing collaborations, for conversations about the road ahead, what we need to do together. So thank you to Doug and Ruth for always being open and accessible to our collective goals of what our staff needs and what our students need and what our parents and our community expect from us. I want to give a special shout out, thank you to principals and school leadership teams. So for the past 3 to 4 weeks, I'm spending the end of the school year in, I tell the teams, everybody has 1 foot in the end of 25, 26, and then 1 foot into 26, 27. So I've been going and meeting with principals, just, reflecting, like, what are you thinking? What are the successes that you've had for this year? How are you planning to finish strong? Because we still do have instructional days left, and I want to highlight instructional days left in the school year. And so what does that look like? What are the plans? What are the conversations that we are having? And then what are their focus areas for 26, 27? And then what supports do they need as we're thinking about budget impacts and how we want to support our students? So I want to thank principals for these really great conversations. And then I want to thank the leadership team. So then I've been going to the leadership team meetings so that I can hear directly from teachers in the same way that I hear directly from students in my advisories, which just are so wonderful. And to hear our leadership teams talk, same thing. They're like, okay, this worked in 25, 26. This didn't work. What we think we need to do differently starting in the school year. So people are very focused on getting better, accelerating growth, improvement, continuous improvement. What does that look like? And especially our focus on using data for the decisions that we make. Like, that is really the important piece that we're going to continue, is to look at that data so that when we are making difficult decisions, there's going to be emotion involved. It just, you can't help it. So when we have data to ground us in this is why we're making these decisions, because we're using that data, that is something that we're focusing on now. We're going to continue for 26, 27. For our students, it's just a highlight of what I do when not only going to classrooms, but that the feedback from our kids. And I think how I interpret opportunities for student voice, they want more. I'm hoping that it's because they see we are actually taking their feedback and doing something with it. So if you think that it's not just a waste of your time or a one and done, then you're going to want to have that opportunity more. And this is our third year having the supervisories. And so there's some students who are now seniors who started with me when they were in 9th grade. Masha, our student board member, is one of them. Kailani Griffith is one of them. So I can see just their confidence has just exploded over 4 years, and I think that's the portrait of the graduate. What do we want our students to look like when they leave us? They are representation of, they're going to advocate, they're going to tell us what they need. And so one of the comments when I was meeting with the students at Middle College, for example, and they were talking about what they need and what would be helpful, and you never know what is important to students. So one of the students said, you know what's really missing here? And all the things that I could think of was not what she said. She said, we need a library. That would not have occurred to me of the kinds of things students are saying that they need. And this student said, because when I was in 4th grade, the library was where I discovered the love of Harry Potter. And that was where I discovered a love of reading. And the library then is a place where I want to be able to go in the middle of the day when I have a break in classes and just read a book. That just would never have occurred to me. So to hear the students being that thoughtful about when you talk about what their needs are, they're going deeper than superficial level. They're really thinking about me as a student and what I need to see success. So the advisories are wonderful. And then lastly, I had the opportunity last week to advocate for more money for education and Prop 98 from the state, the California School Boards Association, CSBA, and AXA, the Association of California Superintendents or School Administrators, had a joint press conference where they wanted to advocate for, and CTA, thank you, was there as well, advocating for, we need money that was promised, as Doug mentioned even in his comments. And so just want to share some of the talking points for the community who may not have been able to see that. It was advocacy from CSBA President, Executive Director of AXA, CTA members, teachers. Doug was able to speak from WSTA. I was able to speak as the voice of superintendents in California. And so it really was about, and I highlighted that I thought the perfect place to have this type of press conference would be at a school, because this is who we're all fighting for, is for our students. And so I shared that Proposition 98 is a constitutional guarantee that voters put in place so communities like ours could count on stable, predictable school funding. The proposal at the time to withhold $5.6 billion statewide, about $900 per student, is not an accounting maneuver. It is a direct hit on that guarantee and on students in districts like Washington Unified. For us, $900 per student adds up to millions of dollars. That is not abstract. It is the counselors who guide our students, the paraeducators who support our most vulnerable learners, and the teachers who keep class size manageable at schools like River City. When funding is unstable, we are forced to look at everything: staffing levels, class sizes, student support services, and program offerings. Every cut means less support, less individual attention, and fewer opportunities for our students. And when programs or positions are lost, they can take years to rebuild. Our families expect and deserve strong public schools, but we cannot meet those expectations without stable, reliable funding. I also highlighted that when we received our ESSER funds from the pandemic, we were able to implement a lot of things that our kids needed. And I think that communities outside of the education space forget that that was one-time money. And so if they're looking like, well, you were able to do all of these things, it's trying to highlight, yes, we were able to do a lot more with additional allocations of funding, but that ended in September of 2024. And so now our kids still have the needs and we don't have the funds. And the difficulty I think we face as school districts is when the state is not giving us the funding that we need, the focus then becomes on the school district. And the trust that is eroding from the community is on the school district that is not getting the money from the state, but because the parents and community focus on the schools in their district. So that we're in this unfair seat that you have lots of money, but now you say you don't have any money, and it's a trust issue, and it's things that are really out of our control because we also think about birth rates are declining, and we get our money based on attendance of students who are enrolled. So if your enrollment is declining, that means, and students have challenges with attendance, some of our most vulnerable students. So the money is declining. So the advocacy in that event is what we want to continue, working with our WSTA partners, working with our CSEA partners to advocate to our legislators about the impacts of not getting funding from the state and how that impacts all of us. So I think that was a good start. Grateful to be a part of that conversation and looking forward with trustees. You all last year were in DC advocating, and our voices need to get louder so that people know that we are focused on making sure we are able to provide our students with any need that they have. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you so very much.
Trustee Wong.
Thanks. I want to first address the comment that was made earlier. I was actually deeply saddened to not be able there in April, but I had a pre-planned trip over a year before the adoption of the calendar, and no one knows when negotiations end and we adopt things. So, and inform the board in advance of that absence, and it had happened to be on that day. But appreciate kind of the comments. As we discussed also in January, of the importance of presence and the importance and the value of my voice shared by my colleagues in terms of what that is. So, so I will take that away in terms of I appreciate the acknowledgement that my voice is of value and that there is a desire for me to be here and present. So I will acknowledge that in service of kingdom, because that is what I am here for. So appreciate that comment, and really, really grateful that has wanting to lift that desire up. I had the benefit of actually going to, in my other role, to CSBA Cap to Cap, not Cap to Cap, Coast to Coast, and met with Congressman Matsui and others who they are facing an interesting conversation in DC right now. But what I also found interesting is this conversation around AI, what that looks like for us and how do we regulate it for our students. I think that's something that will be probably top of mind for us as things evolve, and how do we really regulate that and protect our kids' data, right? Because these companies, we don't know. We're not kind of from a policy lens, for me at least, really don't know where the data is going to be kept, who's going to own it, how are they going to use it. And so that was a really kind of huge highlight. Of course, special education funding over and over and over again. We are underfunded for our students with special needs. And even though there's a little bit more money in the DC budget for special needs students, however, it's, as we know, we are grossly underfunded by the feds for this mandate. So really grateful for the region to, to be able to go and voice that. And Congresswoman Matsui, kind of was dedicated to fighting for education. I was also privileged enough to go to Music in the Park, and so saw some of our students sing and our band. And if you saw our Washington Unified post, like they did so well in so many categories, and really proud of our students. Grateful for our parents and our teachers who took them to Six Flags afterwards. I was not allowed because my child said I was not allowed to chaperone because, well, we've had that conversation. That she wanted to do what she needed to do with her friends. And so, but it was a long day, and really just want to appreciate our volunteers and our staff who just really, for the love of VAPA and our kids, they do this. And it was on a Saturday, so it was all, as early as 7 in the morning, and I think they got home at 9 at night. So it was a really long day for them, but really kind of joyful if you talk to some folks, really proud of the students. Grateful for those campuses yesterday who had open house. I know it's hard work at the end of the school year trying to figure out graduations, ceremonies. It may not have been great as when it is in the fall, but at least we have one in the spring for folks who can actually attend. And lastly, my child is taking her first, as a freshman, an AP test, and I totally forgot that we actually have voted to actually support the coverage of AP tests. And so I was like, where do I pay? I'm like, oh, wait a minute. So for us, in terms of the achievement and the desire and not closing that door for our students, really appreciative of, even though I do have the privilege to cover that, there are a lot of students who can't, and so to be able to cover that for all students who are in that any AP course is an absolute gift. So really grateful for that policy direction and change that I think we made through our equity work several years ago. So that's it's a really great opportunity. So that was the aha moment of like, oh, this is sometimes you vote on things up here and you're like, what does this look like? And then when you experience, like, oh, that's what it means. And so for our children, our students to be competitive, to kind of go to college or anything else they want to do, it's definitely not all districts do it, so grateful that we do it here. So, and lastly, I know we had a long conversation about the bullying already. Grateful for acknowledging it. And what I didn't share earlier is that for me, but Dr. Hildreth knows this, is that most of my calls are with involving students on the spectrum. And they're nonverbal, or they're not really sharing, so like how we can address that, because students don't know, because they are neurodivergent. I don't even know if we call it on the spectrum anymore, so I apologize if I've offended somebody. But there are parents who have children who are neurodivergent, and like some of them are nonverbal, and so it's like, how are we actually, and not just the cyber, like some of that is just not being told because some students don't know how to articulate that or whatnot. So really want us to kind of think about how the adults are educated around our neurodivergent students, and supporting that versus, not that it's okay to sweep anything under the rug, but like it was not glaring, but it's been interesting this past year that it is a lot of our neurodivergent students. So.
Thank you. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Sure, thank you. We had a curriculum council meeting that President Coffey may also touch on. I'll share a little bit about what we did. We went over we had no actions at the meeting, so this was a lot of information. We went over our curriculum partners, the adoption terms that we have, realizing some challenges with that. There's a lot of adoptions that come at the same time, and that there's some not only challenges with the work of piloting, let's say kindergarten, to third, middle school, high school, if everybody has the same time that their adoptions are due, let's say for English, then not only is that challenging to roll out, it's also challenging and to pilot and make sure you have the right curriculum. It's also really expensive. And so we talked about that and how things can be staggered a little bit. We talked about the literacy screener that's been done as a result also of laws in terms of screening students for learning challenges. And I think that this district has done a really phenomenal job on that and rolling it out. And it's a very heavy lift that came from the state. It's important work, but it's hard work to do in terms of a lot of time. And so big kudos to everyone here for all that work. With this, they are really looking closely at all of the curriculum. Curriculum is expensive. We are talking about budgets. And so that is also a piece of the conversations, is what is underutilized, what programs maybe are not giving us the impact that we need. And let's let those go to the side and let's look at some new things that could be offered. The history pilot for grades 6-8 is what will be coming up. And that is what needs to be piloted. They're overdue for some curriculum there. And then, like I said, the literacy screener. And then we also talked about Unbound Ed and the work that has happened there, the impacts that we've had across the district, and staff surveys that have been positive in that work. And it's additional to, if you have any questions on that, you can reach out and talk to us. And then in the future, they're also working on a core reading list for every grade level. So they have kind of a core, these are the novels and books that, this grade level. Working on a middle school elective course catalog, which I'm sure you will all very much appreciate, so that the middle school electives are a little bit more robust, that they are looking at really preparing you for River City High School, Washington Middle, where you might be going next. And they're almost like an introductory course to some of those pathways, and working on really codifying that. Elementary social science, high school social science, and high school science are the big ones that will be coming. Also, I've been spending a lot of time on all of our sports fields, and I just, as always, the work that our coaches do is so impactful as we think about our whole child and all of the different things that keep our kids connected to school. We did a lot of work tonight on emotional and physical safety, and our sports program is part of that, I think, in our great coaches that we have. And so Vice President Castro came by last night too, as we saw the middle school had their playoff games last night.
For World Cup.
Yeah, it really was. It was packed stadium. It was incredible. Bridgeway Island girls had gone in undefeated, phenomenal team. Elkhorn had come in, phenomenal team, and Elkhorn scored their goal and took it away. And just seeing the energy and the passion and the positivity on all sides, and really congratulations to all the girls for their hard work, and congratulations to Elkhorn. And tonight is the opening night of River City High School production of Carousel, so tickets are still out and you can get those and enjoy our intimate theater as we await a much larger one coming. And then I believe it was said this evening that the our classified employees are, Washington Unified is really running on the energy of our classified employees. And as we go into our classified appreciation week, I really want to acknowledge that. Years ago, there used to be a shadowing, and I know Doug, President Knapp, talked about shadowing TOSAs, and I think that work is so important. There also was a time where we would shadow classified employees. It's a full program that CSEA does. And I would love to bring that back, maybe not during that week because it's the busiest time ever, but if all of the trustees could have that opportunity to ride a bus or to, go ride the lawnmower, or really see the hard work that goes on behind the scenes, I think is important. So thank you to all of them. And also, yes, thank you for the open houses, all the work, at the sporting games, all of the things you see are folks who were with our kids from the very early morning of the day all the way till the evening. They're cheering them on all over our district, and I know it's a lot of time and a lot of work. Thank you for the district for really looking at the positions that we were able to rescind this evening, our SEL, our Tech TOSA, our Community School Liaison. Those are really impactful positions, and I appreciate that work to find additional funding and grants for those. And I think lastly, I just want to say thank you also to all of our families who are so involved with our schools, all of the work that our families do to kind of come on and help with this very busy time of the school year, and adding all the special things for our kids, all the volunteers that give their time, take off work. So thank you to Clerk Hunt, who will be chaperoning our daughter's Sly Park trip next week, and I wish you well, and for giving your time, and for all the volunteers just like you.
All right. It's just an announcement I requested.
I know I think we were all invited by BSU for the African American Conference, Leadership Conference, so hopefully folks can make it, especially in light of what we were talking about earlier this evening in terms of if you're able to support our students, because it means something when we show up for our students in our communities that we want to support. And I think that is Wednesday at River City from
21st, Thursday.
Thursday from 12 to 1.
There's a luncheon, leadership lunch from 12 to 12:45, where they've invited elected officials. And then there's always, if you can't make the leadership lunch, just to be there at the beginning. It starts at 9 a.m. for like the opening, or if anyone's just available at any time to come through, I know that would be appreciated. Tuesday, May 9th.
Wednesday, Thursday, Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Yes, they are bored.
Thank you, Audrey. Thank you, Audrey.
All right, my turn? Yes, Clerk Hunt, go ahead. Okay, so clearly it's late, and I know we all want to go home. I will unfortunately have to miss that because I will be in Sly Park next week, so that's very exciting. And also regarding the Prop 98, I thought it was really special. We also had one of our students speak and advocate, so that was great. 14 days of school left, I think, right? Ish. School days. And there is so much to celebrate, all the things, all the awards. I don't want to even start going down all the things we've gone to and what we're going to go to, because we'll forget something. But it is, you know, I hope you all know we would love to be there for every single thing, but it is impossible because there's multiple things in one day. But it's just been really exciting to see it from a bird's eye view, you know, and the impact. And this time of year, you do all the work all year long, and you see it come to fruition now, and just the excitement around campuses. And we have a busy few weeks as volunteers, but we're excited, and we'll be tired on June 4th or 5th or whatever it is, but it's going to be great. And as we close out the school year and continue to celebrate all the wins, I think Dr. Hildreth alluded to this, it's also a time to start reflecting on the year and, you know, closing out and how can we show up again next year, and how can we do it better and in the best way possible for our kids. We received a lot of kudos tonight on the rescission of the layoff notices, but, you know, I just wanted to say the work was really done by our leadership team and their teams. And, you know, I really thank you all for being committed to finding a solution, even if it's temporary, to retain those critical supports for our students. And the last thing I'll say, because we're tired, President Knepp started talking about it a little bit today, and it's screen time for our students in the classrooms, the Chromebooks. And we approved a software tonight in the consent agenda, Edpuzzle. And I think, like with anything that we acquire or implement, the intentions are to use those resources for specific cases. But sometimes in the day-to-day, that might get lost, right? Why we purchased this resource, or what the Chromebooks are meant to be used for, or right, just regardless. And I think it is important for us to explore investigating how we use all of these tools in the classroom. How have they been used? How much time our students are spending on their Chromebooks? And just really gain an understanding if that ratio today is appropriate and if it's what we intend it to be. I understand, you know, the goal is aligned and there is purpose behind the goal, and it's going to be to the minimal usage of it, and there to be more teacher instruction than computer. I understand that's the goal, but I think it's really important for us to understand what the actual usage is. You know, when it comes to free time in the classroom, oh, you can just get on your Chromebook or do an ed puzzle, or when there's a substitute, or when teachers pooling for small groups, go ahead and get on your Chromebook. So, and I'm not saying that's happening. I don't know how that's happening, but I think it's important with just a lot of the data that's been coming out, and you know, at home we try to limit screen time, and I think we should do the same in the educational environment. So something for later. Obviously, you know, it's the end of the school year, but hopefully we can start pulling some data and understanding what that looks like, and just check in to see if we need to make changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Castro.
Yeah, I'll share the subcommittee meetings that I was able to go to. I was able to attend the facilities master plan vision meeting with President Coffey and staff, and then one of our partners. We discussed a long-term vision for the district. It was really like an informal meeting, but just sharing the strategic plan of what we're literally casting a vision for what we're trying to do for our facility. So I was really grateful to be able to get to that. We had a city 2x2 meeting that Clerk Hunt was able to make it to. Usually it's Sarah, but I'm sorry. We discussed that one. We discussed Westack Little League has a need for more space because their program is growing. So I know that's just a topic of conversation for the city, and then potentially, or just requesting information of what we have, Washington Unified has available. We didn't really go into detail of that because we really need to assess, or the city needs to assess the need from Washington Little League first. So we'll update on that when we get more information. I know the mayor had mentioned her play ball thing. Did she ever, I don't know if she said she was going to send you something, so I don't know if she ever sent that, remember? Okay. Okay. And then I'm happy to hear that YOLO High School got their mirrors because they were requesting that. So thank you to the MOT department. Sorry I can't make it to the Tim Brown thing tomorrow. I really tried, but I know you guys are going to have a blast there because I went the first year, so it was so much fun.
What year was that?
I know. Shh. Shh. And then we were able to catch the FFA, West Sacramento FFA Awards last night with the group. I mean, it was a large group. I think it was one of the biggest groups that they've had so far, and going state and going further than what they have in a long time. And it's really a testament to Ms. McAllister's leadership. She's so great. And then to watch them at their stations, I mean, I loved it. I don't know, like you watch them at their stations and it's just it's a great program. So was really happy to be able to attend that. And then as Elkhorn winning their championship game last night, that was so, I mean, to see the kids just so happy and supporting the girls, it was amazing. And nobody was like, oh, you suck, or, you know, it was like truly a community thing between both schools. So I was really happy to be there and to be able to make that. Congratulations to them. We were able to make it to the River City High School 2026 Senior Scholarship Night celebration. And it's actually relevant to what we got, or what the Masonic Lodge, you know, the community pouring into these students, like, I don't know, the Moose Lodge, Lori Hawkins, all of these different community businesses, the Rotary Club, and to give scholarships to these students. So I love it. Let's keep that going. I think that's probably it, other than the bullying topic. I know we're all, you know, I don't want to, it's not a dead horse, but it's a very touchy subject. And this week I've encountered, and I didn't speak with Trustee Wong, but I had somebody contact me, and he has an IEP plan, and he has, I'm just experiencing what Trustee Wong is experiencing with problems with bullying with other children, and it's true. I don't know what the fix is, so I don't know if, like, who could take the leadership on that, or I said it earlier, like, it almost feels like we need somebody or a group dedicated to, and I don't know how that works, but dedicated to, like, we can put fillers out there and say all day, like, let's not do this, but it's really more about action to me. What are we actually doing to solve this problem? And I know suspensions won't cure everything, so I get that, but what are we doing to really dive in and dissect it? So anyway, I wanted to validate you on that, because it's horrible, and it's hurtful, and it's very much real. And anyway, so thank you to our staff and superintendent for all of her updates that she's always giving us. So, and good night.
Not yet.
From me.
Okay. All right. Well, so much has definitely happened, and so much is going on. So, since I'm going to kind of transition from what you were just talking about and bullying, and I just want to emphasize that, as it has been shared, this is a community, it's a whole community thing. We all need to be held accountable. And I think that there's been like this misconception of what accountability means, and I've been teaching on it for a while now, and I just want to emphasize that there are ways to be held accountable. There's accountability, and then there's responsibility. And a lot of people get the two confused, and we're always thinking, oh, that person needs to be held accountable. But it's not about a blame, it's not about punishment, it's not that. It's more of just holding them to the outcome. They're part of the outcome. They're the ones, they're being held responsible for the outcome. They aren't going through a checklist. Being responsible or having responsibility is, I have a list of things to do and I did it. I checked it off, checked it off, checked it off, checked it off. Pretend it's your house and you have a list of things. I want to clean my house, my kitchen. I want to clean my bathroom. I want to clean my room. It's probably always the last thing, but you know, you have this list. The goal is to clean your house. But if you just do the things that are on the list, normally you're like, but my house isn't clean. We need to stop looking at things as, man, I am responsible, and just looking at everything as a checklist. We need to start being more accountable and start looking at what was the outcome and what do I need to do to get to that outcome. That's what we need to do as a community. What is the outcome that we want? We want kids who are being more respectful to each other. Well, what can I do? Me, myself, and I. What am I doing to help get that result? And if you can look at yourself in the mirror and say, I am doing X, Y, and Z, and this is helping to get to that result, then you are being held accountable, and you are literally practicing that. So look in the mirror, stop blaming somebody else for what is happening, and let's start making some changes of what needs to happen so we can get the results that we want. And that's for everybody, me included. So bullying, we want to make a change, let's start with ourselves too. Because it really does, what we're seeing, what can we control? So now shifting from that to all the things that I've heard our our middle college school of what they want, wanting a library, they're growing, they love the small school, but yet they need more room. And they also want to make sure we don't burn out our teachers, but we want more teachers, but we want more teachers that are like, there's all of these complicated things that are going on at Washington Middle. And I know that there are definitely there are areas that can be improved upon there. I'm not sure where we could put things, how we're going to do it, add another portable, I'm not sure, but I know we're going to come up with a plan, and I'm excited to see what that's going to happen, especially since being at the master plan, vision plan, master plan, vision meeting was all part of that too. And then are we going to the curriculum council meeting, subcommittee meeting, and we're talking about, middle schools and the pathways of making sure that we have, elective course catalog. And what could the vision of the district look in that way? Everything is tied together, and there's not one thing that stands alone. And that is one of the things that I realized being here and seeing things. It's like, man, it's the CTE pathways are over at Bright, at Washington Middle College. It's like President Knapp said, it's on the north side, it's a shiny star. Let's make sure that we're letting everybody know that not all things, good things are happening everywhere. It's not just on one side of the tracks. And I'm going to put quotes on it because now he says it's the canal. And I didn't realize it became the canal. I grew up with the tracks. So anyway, so much going on. The dance performance that happened last week, oh my God, it was beautiful. Did you guys see it? Yeah, it was epic. It was great. The FFA awards that happened yesterday, like you said, it was amazing. I just got a message from my son, not just now, but like earlier today. Caps and gowns were given out. Oh, my heart. And then prom, oh, my heart again. And then, of course, I'm getting the notices about the senior breakfast, the senior walks to the elementary schools, if they were from here, and your senior sunset. All the things, all the good things. But one of the best things that's happening tomorrow is our Tim Brown Mentor Mini Camp. Now, you guys have no idea how excited I am about this. Like, I have literally, I'm excited. At 10:30, almost really late. Get up early. I know. So I'm gonna just highlight that. Get us there. It's been several years, and now I can finally say that every school is going to go to this camp. I have 146 kids within the district. This is the largest group of kids that this organization has ever seen. Tim has already signed a bunch of stuff, ready to give out. Like, he's excited. I'm excited. I can't wait to have these buses show up. And I'm not even gonna tell you all where because I don't want y'all showing up, but, because you can't. And yeah, I'm just super excited. So thank you, a big thank you to Dr. Jay Burns, and to Angelina Valencia in transportation, because their hard work of making sure that this happened on the back, it's epic. So on that note, I'm just super excited. Yes, I got to wake up early, be there around 6:30 in the morning. I'll be there, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. All right, moving on to the next thing. Future board agenda items. Do I have any?
Yes.
Go for it.
I have a couple. One, if we can have a future agenda item recognizing Washington Middle College.
Yes.
Had a lot of awards, and let's get them here and to celebrate that. if we could have an update, it doesn't need to be a board meeting, just Dr. Hildreth, an update on cheerleading. It was brought to my attention that cheerleading is not considered a sport here, and that our cheerleaders are not competing where other districts are, and so I don't have any information on that. So just if we can have some information, that'd be great.
Yeah, it's actually, it's more of a tumbling. Cheerleading is considered more, because of sideline cheers, it's considered more of a club, not necessarily a sport. So if they started having more athletic in the sense of throwing the girls up more, then you're considered more on that pathway versus sideline cheer.
So maybe we can have an update, because I know that we have, families that would like to compete and who have, done the Bears or others, and that they're hoping to go into that space. And so, where they are and what their might.
I don't know what we would need to do, but we can definitely look into that.
And then the other piece is it's just so busy. There's so many things right now. And unfortunately, there's so many things that are at the exact same time. And we also are all working moms up here. So if we could have maybe, I don't know what you think, President Coffey, but maybe a Google Doc as well of some of the big pieces that overlap with all of us, so we could just say where we're going, like, with promotions and all the things. We've done that before, and so I know we have our calendar invites, but we're not violating the Brown Act when it's just scheduling. So if we could maybe have something so that if there's places that need to be signed up for, that we kind of have some awareness of where people are going, so we know if there's any holes to fill, and maybe the board can't fill it, but maybe your cabinet or others, we can think about that.
No.
Mostly, yeah, I know. And I have a big training on the day of promotion, which has never happened that way before. So, that's what made me think about it, was if we could just, have an idea, because.
All right.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. And nothing more on that note. Have a good night.